with turkey experts about turkeys. And what I'm going to do, kind of turn things over to Kent Fricky, who is going to sort of make introductions and schedule which of his participants he wants to in which order. So thank you all for coming, and Kent, take it away.
Thank you, Chairman Lauber. Very much appreciate the commissioner's time this morning. And if it works all right for everybody here and for Jason, I think the individual today will just kind of stay seated and have a little more discussion. We do have a presentation that we'll work through, but Jason will also let us know if there's any sound issues or anything coming from us. So again, very much appreciate the time and opportunity to talk a little bit more and more in depth about turkeys and turkey management in Kansas with the commission this morning. So I'll let everybody kind of introduce themselves as we go down the line. And then as we work through the presentation, they can give you a little more background as well of who they are, what they do, and where they're from. So start on the left with Annie.
I'm Annie Farrell. I'm a district biologist with the National Wild Turkey Federation.
I'm Scott Thomason. I'm the wildlife area manager at Wilson and Smoky Hill Wildlife Area at Canopolis.
I'm Vicki Sekonic. I'm the district wildlife biologist out of the Fall River area.
Ross Ermacher, I'm lieutenant here in District 3C, which is Woodson County down in Cherokee County.
And again, I'm Kent Fricky, the small game coordinator based in our Emporia Research and Survey office, and I oversee or the state coordinator for turkeys. So I will direct your attention a bit to the screen on your left. And again, as we have questions, we can certainly make this as much of a discussion as you'd like it to be, Chairman Lauber, in terms of back and forth during the presentations. But otherwise, I think we should have plenty of time at the end as well to have a more open dialogue, and we can revisit any of the slides if needed. So.
Click.
Yep.
Try now.
There we go. So as everybody made their introductions, as we've mentioned before, the Kansas Department of Wildlife and Parks has a very active turkey committee that we utilize basically as an advisory committee to myself as the turkey coordinator and KDWP leadership. And each of the panelists here today are members of the turkey committee and have been for multiple years. I think Annie is probably our newest-ish member. I guess Ross has been on a year and a half now too. But we've set up the turkey committee to be representative of each of the 6 turkey hunt units across the state. So we've got 6 units, 3 across the north, 3 across the south. And from each hunt unit, we've got both wildlife division, so kind of the private lands aspect of things, and then also a public lands representative. And so 12 members of our staff, plus law enforcement representative with Ross, and then an NGO representative with, in this case, National Wild Turkey Federation with Annie. And then I chair that group, and we meet at least twice a year and have for quite a few years now. And so basically that, as I mentioned, that committee serves as kind of an advisory committee to myself and leadership. And at each meeting, we have the different priorities, but basically talk about what populations look like, how people's observations on the ground compare to what we're seeing in terms of our statewide data from our different data sources, and what people are hearing from hunters, from landowners, all that kind of stuff. And we'll get into that with the different panelists today. But anyway, I very much appreciate each member's time on that committee. Certainly those that are here today and been willing to help me work through this presentation with you today. And then on the right, you see kind of the overview of what we're going to be talking about today. So we'll kind of start with some regional perspectives beyond Kansas, not just Kansas data, but to give an idea of what's going on in the broader region with turkey populations and different efforts to increase habitat and do good conservation work for turkeys. Go into a few aspects of turkey ecology, go into harvest management, be kind of more up to speed and current on different approaches and inputs to addressing harvest management. And then we'll go into both private and public land management that we have going on in the state. And then we'll kind of wrap up with some perspective from law enforcement side of things as well. With that, I'll turn it over to Annie.
Thanks, Kent. So like I said, I'm Annie Farrell. I'm a district biologist with National Wild Turkey Federation. I cover Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska, and I'm based out of the Tyler, Texas area, so East Texas. I started with the Federation about 6 years ago, and I've been a district biologist for 5. I started covering only East Texas, and then I went to East Texas and Eastern Oklahoma. And then in 2020, with COVID and all the effects, I ended up taking over Texas, Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. So I've been around Kansas for 2 years now. I can't believe it's been that long. Almost 3. But so for those who don't know and aren't familiar with the National Wild Turkey Federation, we're a 501c3 nonprofit with our mission dedicated to the conservation of the wild turkey and the preservation of our hunting heritage. And so since I cover such a large region, I can give a more regional perspective. We're seeing population declines across my entire region, particularly in Oklahoma, Kansas, and Nebraska. And we believe that it's driven by low production across the range, which is what everyone is trying to figure out at this time. Everyone's kind of doing their own thing and addressing the same issues. Oklahoma and Nebraska both have had turkey regulation changes in the last year. Through the National Wild Turkey Federation, we are supporting research projects in Oklahoma with Oklahoma State University and Nebraska, University of Nebraska-Lincoln, and both of those are being supported through our super funds, which are proceeds that come from our hunting heritage banquets. And both of those projects are looking at low production and potential reasons why turkeys are not reproducing as well across the range. We are seeing the usual conservation threats that you hear everyone talk about. We're losing habitat at an alarming rate. We have development going on across my 4 states, land conversion and habitat fragmentation. We're seeing declines of the cottonwood roost sites. And then in some areas, lack of prescribed fire or prescribed grazing. NWTF's way of addressing this kind of is our new regional initiative called Waterways for Wildlife, which is a 10-state region, 10-state initiative. As you can see in the photo over there, those are the 10 states that are included. We created this initiative to address the critically urgent conservation needs in riparian areas in the Great Plains. So to address the declining cottonwood, losing habitat, all of that. So we're working with state and federal agency partners along with other nonprofits and other private partners to fund projects across the 10 states. And this past year, our first request for proposals went out in November and closed in February. We received 18 proposals. We approved 14 of those, totaling $167,000 in funding with $2.8 million in partner match for projects anywhere from timber stand improvement to eastern red cedar removal to beaver dam analog structures, grazing restoration or grazing infrastructure restoration. So all of those, but then at a more local level in Kansas, we have the super fund that I mentioned that comes from our hunting heritage banquets. And then just to note, since 2014, we have put $5.2 million on the ground in Kansas through our super fund program. And that has impacted 250,000 acres.
I got a question. Hey, starting with one. How does prescribed fire and prescribed grazing help, or how does it affect the habitat?
Well, in certain areas, that's why I mentioned in certain areas, prescribed fire can mitigate wildfire. It can also, in areas that are more forested, can help clear out the understory and allow more sunlight to get through to the understory and create that herbaceous area for turkeys to bring their broods and help really create that good brood range.
So they like more sunlight.
Yes.
And that's something too, coming up, both Scott and Vicky will talk a little bit about too, in terms of wildlife area management. Scott's doing some really neat things with grazing up at Wilson and Canopolis. And then Vicky will talk a lot about timber stand improvement as well.
Okay.
So all that to say, we are seeing the declines regionally. It's not just Kansas, but the mission for the National Wild Turkey Federation, conserve the wild turkey, preserve our hunting heritage is our North Star of our organization. But with COVID, it really got us, we cut significant staff, and it really got us thinking about our future and where we need to be moving. And so we came up with these 4 pillars that we're working with our partners, and any project that we start, we're looking to make sure it improves water quality and quantity. We improve the recreational opportunities. We conserve and enhance wildlife habitat. And then we also build community resiliency, for example, against wildfire or climate adaptations. So those are our 4 shared values that we're all working towards in the region. I work really closely with Kent and with all my other states. So yeah, if anybody has any questions. A little regional perspective.
Something else I'll mention too, as Annie mentioned, we're great partners, or NWTF is a great partner with the department. Back in 2017, Wildlife and Parks was nominated and won the Land Stewardship Award from the National Wild Turkey Federation, primarily for a lot of our work with access with our WEHA program and iWEHA, just getting started at that time. And then also, just this year, as you commissioners are aware, you draw each year for the commissioners tags. And so one of those was auctioned off, I believe, at the national convention back in February. And I believe this year the tag went for 50,000.
50, yeah.
Wow.
And so, but point being that 50,000 comes directly back to the state chapter and then is dispersed among the state for habitat projects, equipment purchases, access, leases, all that kind of stuff. So in addition to all the work that the various chapters are doing around the state, the commissioners tags definitely have a big impact on what we're able to do through NWTF for conservation in Kansas. All right, so I wanted to touch a little bit about a couple of the kind of primary ecological factors that have been discussed kind of more recently, or always issues certainly with any ground nesting bird, but certainly turkeys more recently. And I know I've shown this figure before in a number of places, but the point of it overall is to point out that the life history of turkeys and all of our wildlife species, but certainly turkeys is complex. And the main points here is that there are a lot of factors that affect birth, and there are a lot of factors that affect death. And when it comes to population dynamics, those are the 2 primary drivers of what's going on with our populations. And so when we look at this, just a few kind of key points. One piece is up here in harvest. I know you can't see that, but it's a relatively small piece of this, but harvest is in there as a factor that contributes to some mortality in the population. And within the birth side of things, and both the birth side and death side, you have predation as well. That affects reproductive rates, that affects adult survival. And so those are 2 of the kind of things that often come up in terms of, are these things impacting turkey populations? And a lot of times the answer is maybe, but there's also a lot of other factors. And so that's why I kind of bring this up, just to demonstrate that there are a number of factors that go into the population dynamics of turkey populations. And so when we look at some of the information that we have, this graph is the overall spring turkey abundance that we get from our spring rural mail carrier survey. You've seen this before. You see so this is an index to abundance, so an index to our population. And so you see kind of the exponential increase from when we started the rural mail carrier survey in the late 1980s, increasing through the mid to late 2000s statewide. And then we've been on this kind of slow and steady decline since then. And what you'll see here now is the young per adult. So this is our index to production. And so this is our estimate of how many young are being produced per adult. And so roughly a hen to poult ratio that's often talked about in the turkey literature. And of course, what you see is this long-term decline from really high levels of production when we were increasing in population, which significantly declined through really present day. Kind of had this long linear decline in production trends.
Help me read this real quick. The number on the right is the number of offspring per turkey. Is
The
that
number on the left is the young per adult, so offspring per turkey. And the axis on the right is just the spring abundance. And so basically the dashed line goes along with the axis on the right, and that's what the overall population is doing statewide. And on the left is the associated with the solid line, which is the production side of things.
okay?
And so if you look at the axis a little closely, you see that it's not a hen per or poult per hen, but rather young per adult. We don't, on the rural milk carrier survey, we do not ask them to define what's a male and female. And so if you just kind of figure half of that are we assume are females, then you can kind of get to what would be a poult per hen type ratio. And so point being too, that if you're at about, say the 50 level on that left axis, then you're at least replacing hens each year is the thought. But if you're lower than that, then you're not even at replacement value. And of course, that doesn't take into account mortality after being at the later stages of poults or adults. And so this basically manifests itself into, this is our index of poults per 100 miles. And so it's another index of another but different index of population trends. And so as you can see, through the early to mid 2000s, we were just producing a lot of poults, and there were a lot of poults out there. Granted, we had more hen turkeys as well. And so you see that increase in the number of poults, but to the point now where we're really back at the kind of late 1990s in terms of the number of poults that we're observing out there. So shifting a little bit to disease, I don't have a lot here other than to say that just like any wildlife species, just like humans, there's a number of diseases that can and do affect turkeys, certainly at an individual level. What we're probably most familiar with is avian pox and what's LPDV, which I'm not going to pronounce all those up there, but those are relatively common in turkeys. And they've been documented, like this case of avian pox that you see on the right. And each year we get some reports of avian pox or blackhead disease, LPDV, and we get questions about that. But overall, we have not seen any population level declines due to disease. And I think these would be relatively apparent. We would start getting reports of dead turkeys in people's backyards or along roads. That's typically what we associate disease outbreaks from. And we've not
adult turkeys.
Correct. Yeah. And so we don't have any indication that at a population level, disease is having an impact. More recently, there's been concern and subsequent research looking into West Nile virus. Several years ago, specifically ruffed grouse in the eastern U.S. have been found to be affected by West Nile virus, and it's having population level impacts. However, we've started looking into this in turkeys, and nothing has come across as having the same level of impact. We do find antibodies associated with West Nile virus in turkeys across the range. However, again, it has not been any indication that there's population level or even individual level impacts of West Nile on turkeys. And then, of course, if you're aware with HPAI, high pathogenic avian influenza, being in the news recently and affecting some of our waterfowl populations, we have done research on turkeys, and it has been found it has caused some mortality of individual turkeys. I think there were 4 turkeys, wild turkeys, reported out of Utah this year that died from high path HPAI. However, that's not been the case throughout the the rest of the range, or even within Utah, it hasn't had those population level effects. So overall, kind of the takeaway from this slide is that there are diseases out there in turkeys, and of those, even, you know, just like some cases of waterfowl, because turkeys are also domesticated, and we have this back and forth, and we talked a lot about that with CWD at the last meeting. There's always that potential for a little more easily distributed disease along the path from domestic to wild populations, but we have not seen any population level impacts of disease on turkeys to this point. So something we're certainly keeping an eye on, and something that we, even as a department here in Kansas, can try and do a better job of doing more baseline testing, just to keep an eye on things. But up to now, no population level impacts.
The picture on the right is a turkey that's suffering from avian pox.
Correct.
And that picture was from Kansas?
Correct. Yeah. And so again, we do get reports of them each year, and each year we get whatever of the bird we can, hopefully whole carcass, and send that in for complete analysis. And again, just like you know, severe illness in humans or any other wildlife species, you can get individuals that are more susceptible and it has more of an impact on, but we just don't see it, you know, going throughout the entire population. For the most level, we have these diseases, especially on the top portion of the slide, are present in Kansas populations and other states, but they're just not at any lethal or even reproductive impacts at this point.
Are predators selective? Will they eat a turkey that's diseased?
Certainly. I mean, any wildlife, and I don't think turkeys are any different than any other animal in terms of if a diseased animal is more likely to be predated, just easier to catch kind of thing. And so certainly you can.
But if they die naturally, a predator will. So
certainly scavenge.
I'm just thinking of my own ecosystem, and my turkey numbers are down a little bit. So would I look for carcasses if the predator will eat it, you just find feathers, I guess.
Yeah. And that's certainly, you know, always a potential. But as I mentioned, I think I feel like we've got a pretty good handle in terms of what gets reported and what we find. And even in those cases where if you do just find a big patch of feathers, at least that's something to go on. You know, at least with birds, you do have that ability to go on. A lot of other species, we don't have that. Feathers are relatively easy to see, but that said, I'd encourage anybody here and in the public to always, just not that turkeys are any different than any other species, but certainly report any mortalities that you happen across.
Hey, Ken, question. I love the secretary. To put this in kind of historical context, have there ever been times in our turkey population history where you would say this particular disease that's going through right now is having an impact? Have we ever experienced that with any of these in the past?
No.
Good. Okay.
No. Turkeys have been one that, and granted, we've only had them in significant populations kind of for the last 30 years to an extent, but nothing has indicated that there's been a high level population disease impact.
Thanks.
Right. Wanted to go over briefly just kind of the overall sense of nest and poult success. And like many other ground nesting birds, quail, pheasants, turkeys, most of our non-game grassland species, nest success is relatively low for ground nesting species. For turkeys in general, we use about 25% as an average, but there's a large range, anywhere from 5% in some studies to 50%. And I'll have some graphs here, but we kind of intuitively know that about our upland and ground nesting birds, in that they're kind of not necessarily all boom and bust, but the good years are what keep the population high. And, many years of very low production can certainly drive populations down.
Does that count re-nesting?
That's for the first nest.
First nest?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then for subsequent re-nest,
Okay.
the average just drops lower each time.
Each time.
Yeah.
So explain to me the re-nesting. So they reuse the nest?
So if a turkey is unsuccessful for any if a nest is predated, if she gets disturbed from an initial nest
Right.
and just doesn't go back to it,
Uh-huh.
then oftentimes they will re-nest. They'll go to a different spot,
Make another nest.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
get rebred, and go nest again.
Okay.
And so there's been reports of certainly 2 or 3, but even 4 re-nesting attempts through in a given summer.
But even for the whole nesting season, you wouldn't expect much more than 25% success?
Not on average,
Not
no.
on average. Okay.
Yeah.
Kent, why does the re-nesting keep dropping?
In general, so one, you don't have as many, not that this would affect the average, but you don't have as many hens re-nesting. Only a certain percentage will actually try to re-nest. Hopefully that's a lot, 75% of the hens that lose the initial nest. But we really don't know all the time what the re-nesting rate is in a lot of cases. But then subsequently, they just tend to put less effort into those subsequent nests. The majority of a hen's effort is always going to be on the first initial nest. And then after that, there's going to be fewer eggs per clutch, and they're just not going to have as much time and resources to get those subsequent nests through. So just over time, we just see, I think a lot of it's just that effort side of things.
Is there a particular season that they nest in?
Yeah, so a typical hen nests about starting in about mid-April and can go as late as, July in terms of re-nesting.
Mhm.
But typically mid-April to mid-May is when we see the bulk of the initial nests on the landscape.
And if you see young ones late in the summer, that's not a second hatch, that's a re-nest, right?
Potentially, yeah. It would kind of depend, of course.
Really?
but-
So they will do a second hatch?
Oh, sorry, no, I misunderstood you.
Oh.
No, if they have a successful brood,
Right.
they will not re-nest after that.
Right.
There may
So-
be a few cases out there, but.
So young ones late in the year is a re-nest, the result of a
Correct.
re-nest. Yeah.
Yeah. And then, of course, I'll mention too, that poult success is also relatively low. And just as a very average number, about 25% of that of poult success. So just to run through a few examples. This is if we have high nest success, somewhere around that 50% side of things. If you have 100 nests, that produces 50 nests that actually produce poults. Of those, let's kind of keep that 10. A clutch typically has 12 to 14 eggs. So let's just say on a good scenario, 10 poults make it through. So you get 500 poults. And of those, if you take about that 25% poult success, you're at about 125 poults that were produced out of those, what started at 100 nests. And so that would be a very good reproductive year for turkeys. When we look more average, again, 100 nests, then you're looking at 25 nests produce poults. Again, just keeping that 10 poults per constant, we get 250 poults. Of those, that 25%, 62 survive to adults. And so those 100 nests are producing 62 poults. So you can see, again, about half of what we saw in a good scenario. And then, of course, if we go on the low side of things, 100 nests, more on the 10% side, you get 10 nests, 100 poults, and of those 25 survive to adults. And so you see a lot of effort being put toward nesting, which any wildlife species is going to do, but you see very different results from different years.
But so during the period of growth, though, those numbers would be more on this side. I mean, it's obvious.
Correct.
If you're not replacing yourself, you're going to decline.
Yep.
And if you're replacing yourself in multiples, you grow. So, and you're probably going to get to it. So the difference in the environment during those growth years versus now is what we're going to learn.
Well, we hope so. And which is very uncertain,
Yeah.
I'll say, but yeah, we can talk a little bit about that for sure.
So I'm assuming that the drought has a very big impact on the nesting of the birds.
Yeah.
Is that?
It certainly
is that-
can.
Has it showed in your data collected that it's declined? I mean, naturally, it has declined, but is that the drought have a big part of it?
It can have, and it can have very different impacts throughout the state. So the next slide,
Okay.
not sorry to
No,
preempt you
I
here,
understand.
but so what we have here is I just kind of broke this down by region. And so this is the young per adults measure that we get from the Rural Mail Carrier Survey.
Okay.
And so on the top right here, you see statewide what those trends have seen. So that's the same graph you saw earlier.
Mhm.
In the west, so the different lines are just the northern region or hunt unit and south hunt unit. In the west, you see what that kind of looks like through time. And so you can see, to address your question about drought, which we would expect to see most impacted in the west, you see significant declines after that 2011 to 2013 time period, and that have not necessarily recovered since then. In the central portion of the state, didn't have as high of peaks, but has been pretty consistent through time. And you see the most of the peaks are not as dramatic. And then in the eastern portion of the state, which again, the central and the split, but especially eastern is where we have the bulk of our turkey habitat and majority of our turkeys in the state. And so you might anticipate seeing less variation just because of sample sizes and things, but in general, we see less variation through time. But in your question about drought and how I typically think about that in terms of turkeys in Kansas, in the west, certainly the high potential for drought impacts in a negative way on turkeys. In the east, oftentimes drought can have a positive impact in that we don't have the flooding associated with turkey nesting habitat near as often, and we still get, even in drought years, enough precipitation to make it work, which is not what we get in the west.
Right.
And so you see the drought can have very different impacts, and on the flip side, rain can have very different impacts on different ends of the state. And as you can see, just to point out again on the eastern portion of the state here, since the mid 2000s, we've very consistently been very low in terms of production. And we see that in our, the subsequent abundance indices and what people calling me every day say about what they're seeing in turkey populations. And so in general, we think of the western side of the state as, I think of the western portion of the state being potentially a little more driven by weather. In the eastern portion of the state, we have more uncertainty about why we don't see more fluctuation in these numbers through time. Which gets a little bit to your question, Commissioner Gfeller, too, of what's driving these population declines. Because as Annie mentioned, we're seeing these similar declines across the range, especially east and south of us in other states.
Ken, to that point, I don't know how to ask this. We know of these viruses. Are there unknown viruses that we don't know about, but we know it's something? I mean, I'm thinking of quail for the last 20 years. They were down for 2 decades almost. And then where I hunt, they shot back up 4 or 5 years ago. And it's unexplained. You understand what I'm trying to ask? Is there something we don't know, but do we kind of know there's something there?
What do we know?
Yeah, right. Yeah.
What do we know that we don't know?
That's exactly. There you go. Well said.
Nothing to my knowledge has come across that has driven that. The primary discussions that we have about turkey declines, and not just within the state, but nationally for turkeys, to me primarily revolves around habitat. What has changed? What hasn't changed? There's certainly questions about predation, which we'll talk about next. There's questions about whether or not turkey populations kind of hit some kind of a carrying capacity, but then declined as a result of that, which there's not necessarily any indication of being a density dependent sort of response. So there are certainly questions about disease, as I mentioned, and as you might guess, when we start talking about West Nile virus, which we know is widespread and has multiple potential vectors. When those things pop up, especially like West Nile did with rough grouse, that was a huge concern with turkeys being another gallinaceous species and the potential for that. But we were able, other researchers were able to get on that pretty quick and not document any impacts. And so I guess to your question, I don't think so. I think it's really more the complexity of the potential impacts to turkey populations that we've known that has always been the case. Habitat, predation, potential disease, all of those things interrelate to a species that has relatively low production in any given year, but has the potential for high and those kind of things. And so I think we're learning a lot, but I don't know that there's been any specific thing that's
Like an unknown variable.
yeah, and a completely unknown.
The reason I asked that is when Annie showed the region's trending the same way. That's a lot of region. That's a lot of different subclimates, in my opinion. And that, I don't know, I was just looking for a common denominator, common variable.
Yeah.
The bad news is that this is happening, but the good news is that we're not alone here in Kansas. I mean, in the East, they started experiencing it before we did. So there's a lot of people working to try and figure out what's going on. There's a ton of research going on right now. A lot of stuff that's about to start if it hasn't already. So including disease, habitat, production, predation, all the different bases are being covered. So hopefully our next symposium will be hosted in Kansas City. Secretary Lovelace and the Missouri, whatever they are, Missouri Department of Conservation are hosting. Together. So hopefully by our next symposium in 2025, we might know a little bit more.
Okay.
Cross our fingers.
Yeah, it's just so widespread. I'm just,
Yeah.
a lot going on there.
concerning.
Yeah.
The other aspect, maybe a good place to comment too, is that the turkeys are extremely well studied. There's been a lot of research done throughout the range on turkeys. And of course, we've got the different subspecies from Easterns and Rios and everything else in the country. But the bulk of that research was done when we saw those really high levels of reproduction. And so now, and since then, we've just kind of declined. Turkey research has certainly been happening, but just at a much lower rate and not as widespread across the range. And so what seems to kind of happen is that we have pretty good certainty of what we know when reproduction is high, but we don't have a good feeling for what's going on when reproduction is low. And that's an issue because there's so many things that can influence that it's really hard and in my opinion probably inappropriate to point at just one thing and say that's the driver, right? Because in my opinion we don't know that.
Yeah.
So has farming practices like taking ground out of CRP and those types of things have you done some studies that show that impact has had something on
the short answer is yes and no.
Okay.
In that we know habitat is a primary driver of all of the aspects of turkey ecology, and certainly nesting, yes, being among them. And we know that grassland habitat, especially in a state like Kansas, but even more forested states to the east of us, right, grassland habitat can be a major player at the landscape level. However, at the local level, it kind of depends in terms of if this piece of CRP or this grassland habitat goes into farm production, does that have an immediate impact on that kind of smaller scale? Some cases yes, some cases no, just kind of depends on the landscape. Sure. In general, it's certainly cumulative through time. If there's no additional habitat going in, only habitat's only coming out, that has to be cumulative and have negative impacts for turkeys and other species through time. But to say, whether this one piece or that, piece is more kind of on the uncertainty side of things.
They've got a little wider range too, don't they? I mean, they'll go farther to find their nest.
Yeah, certainly a much longer legs and than a quail, for example. And so much larger home range and ability to seek out additional resources.
Is roosting an important aspect of their habitat?
It can be, especially in western Kansas. I think Scott might touch on that a little bit as well. And Annie mentioned too with some of the riparian work, especially out west. We've got several projects that staff are working on in northwest Kansas, looking at removal of cedar and Russian olive from understories so that we actually have seed cottonwood regeneration, not just existing roost habitat, but what's going to come back or not. And so to your question, the further west you go, the higher priority it is. Wanted to touch a little bit on predators of turkeys, since of course whenever we see a species in decline, we often think about what are the primary causes of mortality, especially at multiple levels like turkeys, where you have impacts to the nest, you have potential impacts to poults, and you have potential impacts to adults. And so certainly when we talk about predators of turkeys, just like any relatively small ground nesting bird, one of the main points I want to make is that it's a varied composition, the predator community that could take at any level of turkeys. And so certainly we have mesopredators, the raccoons, skunks, possums, coyotes, bobcats that can take, a lot of those we think just at the nest level, specifically raccoons, skunks, possums. But at the nest level, you got a big contributor can be snakes. And then as we move up in the size of the turkeys, then things like bobcats, coyotes, owls, hawks, raptors can have a potential impact. And we've known that for a long time. That's always been the case. And as I mentioned earlier on the nest success slide, even in a good year, 50% of those nests alone are lost. Now, and the other aspect I wanted to point out here too is that not all of those nests are specifically to predation. Turkeys, like other ground nesting birds, often leave a nest for multiple reasons. And from a research standpoint, they are notoriously hard to document what's going on at the nest level. There's certainly cases where we can put a camera on a nest and make it work, but and those make for great pictures and better our understanding. But turkeys are also notorious of, if you put a camera in their face that they're looking at every day, they're going to leave. And so abandonment can be an issue with, how and when we do research. And so point being that turkeys do abandon nests. And when we, as part of a research project, go back and look at those nests, sometimes we find them immediately after abandonment, and we can say that nest was abandoned. A lot of times, something else found it in the meantime, and it's not necessarily that a raccoon scared the turkey off, but it's just they found an empty nest and full of eggs and found it. So point being that when we talk about predation rates, there's still a lot of uncertainty in terms of what actually causes predation, and more specifically, what causes a hen to abandon a particular nest site versus what's out there actually scared a nest or a hen off of a nest and, to specifically get those eggs.
Failed nests and nesting reproduction. You can 90% of all failed nests are predator driven, but that doesn't mean that 90% predators disturb 90% of all the nests. Is that
Correct.
what it means? Absolutely.
Ken, to that point, is there any competition destruction in turkeys? Will another female?
We typically do not see destruction. We actually see egg dumping. more of the case.
Okay.
And so where another hen will come across a hen in her nest and actually dump eggs into hers.
Oh.
And so you'll see that a decent amount actually. And so they basically just become more responsible for.
That's from the lazy ones.
There you go. But that's actually pretty common across the range.
Okay, I didn't know that. Thank you.
So during the good years, was 90% the number, or was it a lower number?
That's a very general, I guess didn't have the numbers in terms of good year versus bad year. I would just kind of, as Chairman Lauber mentioned, in terms of nests that we know failed, about 90% of those in some form or fashion were predated. But again, I think that number depends on how you think of it, but I think that number is relatively high in terms of, do I think 90% of those were bumped specifically by a animal trying to get eggs? I don't think so. But it's what we can document, and oftentimes we can't document anything until after it's been already found.
How many eggs are typically laid by a hen?
12 to 14 in a clutch.
12 to 14.
I think those were the primary points I was wanting to make here. Were there other
Well, the
predator?
common man thinks the predators cause all problems. And I get a lot of phone calls from people who can't see why we don't see the obvious. And if you say that 90% of the failed nests are because of predators, I'd hate to say you're off base and then give them that statistic.
Mhm.
So maybe we do have an issue.
Yeah, but I'll say even and maybe this was maybe more to Commissioner Cafeller's point, a lot of that research was done when we had good production. And so even then, you know, I don't necessarily feel like predation levels have increased since then, I guess I'll say.
But the number of raccoons is not dwindled on the landscape.
Mhm.
Okay.
Yeah, like I say, I think it's to me, it's a very complex issue, and predators are one piece of that discussion to me. And again, it's not to say that certainly at local levels that things can't be done about predators. And I think we generally think there's a lot of options for landowners, land managers to work on predator reduction on their properties. But at the same time, like I said, from a turkey ecology standpoint, at this point, I can't say that predators or disease or specific components of habitat loss are the primary drivers.
But you can say the predators are causing a greater percentage
Of
loss of population decline
not necessarily.
over disease.
Well, again, we
okay.
don't know. Yeah.
You just don't know how much, but if you eliminated every predator, you'd have more success. You just don't know how much.
Potentially, yeah.
Yeah, I might intervene a little bit. Brad Lovell, Secretary. Vicky was there in a meeting we had with a landowner who has a lot of land. They were specifically interested in managing for quail down in the Butler County area. But it was real interesting because they have pretty intensive management and have been trapping predators for years. Vicky, do you remember how that went?
I was gonna bring up that because you guys were asking this question is, yes, we met with a landowner. He's got land in Butler in Elk County. And actually he's one of the landowners that 5 or 10 years ago had 200 or 300 winter birds in a winter flock. That flock is now down to less than 100. And they intensively have been trapping for about 20 years, specifically for quail, but turkeys should be benefiting from that too, potentially, if it is, what is the problem, which they obviously aren't. And so I guess if that kind of helps that idea that maybe predators aren't necessarily the only answer to the turkey decline.
Yeah, and I appreciate that, Vicky. The other thing that struck me is pretty intensive trapping for year after year. And they aren't seeing a decline. They see a pretty level.
Of predators.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that was interesting to me.
Their coyote and raccoon numbers have been holding steady. They're year after year, they're not getting less and less coons and coyotes. So there's obviously more moving in, outside of the property. There's coons and coyotes reproducing, and they're going to move in to take over that niche that was voided when they trapped over the season. So there's been plenty of research on that. Trapping doesn't necessarily keep predators out, basically.
Well, in my particular case, we don't do the research, but we're out there every day.
Mhm.
And the number of predators, I know are not more, and in just an observation, I think might be even fewer, with the exception of rattlesnakes, which have moved in. So if they're prolific nest robbers, well, maybe that can be an issue, but I don't really see a major change in the number of predators we have, and maybe fewer. And our bird counts down.
And if I may, the predators are opportunistic. I mean, snakes and coyotes and raccoons, they're gonna eat what they find and whatever's easy to catch. And so if there's a lot of birds on the landscape, birds are gonna be easier to find. If there's not a lot of birds on the landscape, birds aren't easy to find. They may not be attacking those nests.
And we can certainly revisit the question as we move forward too. Just wanted to kind of bring it up here and give a kind of an overview of some of our thoughts. Okay, you wanted to delve a little bit more into harvest management side of things. And this is from a publication that was done in 1999. That's kind of one of our go-tos in terms of laying out thoughts on turkey harvest management. But I'll also mention that it came out in 1999 when we saw it. We were again in those periods of high reproduction. So as we're aware, there's typically two options for seasons for the harvest of turkeys within most states. So spring, we've got so spring and fall. And so in the spring specifically, we talk about limiting it to males. In Kansas, the only thing against that is we do allow the take of bearded hens, which is an extremely small percentage of the harvest each year. We do recognize that hunting mortality is additive to natural mortality. And a quick refresher that in terms of harvest mortality, we often view that typically as either compensatory, so where it's not having a population level impact, or it's additive, where it is potentially having that population level impact. It does not affect long-term trends, and it does not disrupt breeding behavior. And so we'll go into those a little bit more in the next couple slides, but those are the assumptions that and in some ways kind of goals of harvest management in the spring season. And then in the fall, we recognize that harvest can affect population growth. Again, hunting mortality is additive to natural mortality. And both for the spring and fall seasons, a lot of that is because these, especially turkeys, are generally somewhat longer lived in terms of ground nesting birds. Turkey populations fluctuate annually, kind of recognizing that, excuse me, that the harvest in any individual year may not be the primary driver of those populations, but it can contribute. And then this applies more to states to the east of us, but it also recognizes some vulnerability of turkey populations in years when there's poor mass production. So basically, turkeys are moving around a lot more on the landscape and more vulnerable to hunters on the landscape. So again, just kind of an overview of some of the assumptions and like I say, some of the kind of goals that we kind of have associated with our spring and fall seasons. Specifically in the fall season, historically, the assumption has been from past research that as long as you're not harvesting more than 10% of your population in the fall season, that you're not going to have a population level impact through time. But again, that kind of came through that time when we had high levels of production. More recently, with more recent information, there's been modeling exercises done that have indicated that that's should be more like 3 to 5% of the harvest occurring in the fall. So total harvest for the last 3 years, especially since we've reduced the season length in the fall, has been 500 birds or less, around that 500 birds number. And of that, hen harvest is, again, depending on the year, 33 to 50% of that harvest. And so up to about 250 of those being hens in a given year. But then when we look at, so on the table on the bottom left is the estimated harvest. So if we go with that 500 number, if we look at what our population level might be, which these are low numbers, we don't know exactly what the turkey population is in Kansas, but we know that it's more than what I present here. And so if the population was only 10,000 birds, which we harvested 12,000 birds this spring, so we know that this is extremely low. But if that harvest stays at that same level through time, even with 10,000 birds, you're only looking at 5% of the population. And that's, again, both males and females. Then as you increase up to 50,000, which, again, I believe there are more than 50,000 birds in the state, you're only looking at 1% of the population. But just to keep in mind that hen harvest is included in that, and especially as we go through continued population declines, where we know production or lack of production is the primary driver of those declines, then that number keeps, we want to keep an eye on that number, I'll say. And through some more recent research, we've also found that some hens are, and I don't think this is a big announcement or anything, but some hens are better at having successful nests and raising poults than others are. Typically, those are older hens. So first-year nesters are typically not good at nesting. Second-year nesters are a lot better. And there's some super moms out there that are just really good and really consistent through time. And so, again, when you're looking at including hen harvest in the fall season, that can still have potential impacts, especially at local levels, if harvest is kind of centralized or anything. But in general, we feel that, and this is why it is not a recommended change this year, is that we're certainly keeping our eye on these numbers, but at the same time, these are really low numbers in terms of harvest at a statewide level, and even within individual units.
So do we know what the harvest levels are of in-state and out-of-state takers?
Oh, residents versus non-residents? It very much, there's relatively, I think there's less than 500 non-resident hunters that purchase a turkey tag last several years. And of those, most of them are what I would term opportunistic hunters, in that they may be archery deer hunters that want to have a turkey permit in their pocket while they're sitting in a tree stand. Whereas the majority of our harvest is coming from resident hunters.
Okay.
And what's the average lifespan of a hen?
Quite variable, but up to 3 to 4 years, I would say on average. If there's an average, I'd say 3 to 4 years. But again, it's one of those, they either die young or they die old.
Okay.
And so somewhere in there.
Well, if they're not even replacing themselves right now, I mean, taking a hen's, there's obviously more to it than harvesting hens, but on the other hand, it seems to me that every hen is precious right now, and you may just be extending the decline if that's the only thing you do, but still, my feelings about taking hens.
no other questions, we'll keep moving. But again, we can, I think we'll have plenty of time. We can come back and revisit things as needed. Then the next thing I wanted to address was the spring season timing. And this goes back to the assumption of you're not in the spring season, you're not disrupting breeding behavior. And because as you know, turkeys are one of the few species, one of the only bird species that we harvest while they're trying to breed in the spring. In the similar way, deer in the fall, we harvest deer while they're breeding, but turkeys are in the spring while they're attempting to breed. And so this isn't representative of any specific month, other than it's just a calendar for April, of the 30 days in April. And so what you see highlighted in red there is the range of our season start dates for the regular firearm season. Our youth season always starts on April 1st. And then after the first weekend, we have the archery season. And for a while there, we were seeing fairly significant increases in the number of archery turkey hunters. And so if that trend had continued to increase through time, I would have said, well, maybe that's a significant, mortality, or a significant impact, but that has leveled off in the last about 5 years. And I don't see any expectations where archery hunters are trending upward for turkeys. And so anyway, currently the assumption is that the regular firearm season, when that starts, is when the primary harvest happens, is in the first certainly weekend and certainly a couple of weeks of the season. And so back to the spring assumptions, we want to try to assume that our season is timed in a way that the majority of breeding has already happened before you start taking toms out of the population. And so what you see here, and we base that based on the median nest initiation dates. And in Kansas, again, we've got a number of different data sources. We're lucky enough that in our brood survey that our staff runs, that we just wrapped up here in August, when staff doing the brood survey come across turkey poults, they not only get a number of poults, but they also estimate the age of those poults. So it's a pretty generic, I'm not going to say it's real specific, but it gives us a metric that other states and other folks don't have. And so when we backtrack that of how old each of those poult observations were, to when we assume they hatched, to when 26 days before the hen started incubating the nest, to 14 days before when they started laying the eggs, then we come up with these dates. So what you see here for each year is the median nest initiation date. And so that's what we want to try and see come after the start of when you're taking the most birds out of the population in that spring season. And what you see here is that of the 6 years that I included data for here, the last 6 years, you see that we definitely hit that mark in 3 of those years, 2018, 2019, and 2022. And we were in the range in the other 3 years. And that doesn't necessarily mean that, like in 2017, the start date was the 15th. I didn't do all that, but I just wanted to give you an idea of where we were at in terms of the range of our start dates and our current season structure, and where that median nest initiation date is. And so again, I'm relatively comfortable with that. It's another thing that I think we need to keep an eye on. In the turkey research realm of things, this is one of the I think very interesting aspects of some of the research, and is looking at the timing of these dates. But currently, I think we're in a relatively good place.
Does the influence of the tom on the offspring, the healthy offspring, or the quality of the females, is there any relationship there?
No, yeah. Once the breeding's done.
No, I don't mean that way. I mean their genetic makeup. We take the dominant toms when we hunt. So are we taking some of the stronger stock in the offspring, taking some of that genetic?
I don't know that well, I'm sure there's not a lot of research done into the genetic traces of that. There's some coming out, but the more common issue and thought and question being raised in association with taking of dominant toms is whether or not the social hierarchy of those flocks in the springtime, because typically you see a dominant tom and several subdominants, is that if you take that dominant tom, that the other ones will not breed. The assumption has always been that, well, if you take one, then the others will step up and do the majority of the breeding. But if you're taking that dominant tom, then you may not, then the other ones may not just necessarily step up and do the breeding for that season. And so again, there's new research coming out on a lot of that, looking into those type of questions, which I think is extremely informative into these kind of discussions on season timing. But I don't necessarily feel like they're at a level yet that I can definitively say, yes, this is having an impact and therefore we need to move the season start date to this date. Again, I think that'll come soon, but that's kind of where I'm at on that.
Hey, Kent, you might, Brad Lovell, Secretary, you might clue them into that trend and the research you're talking about, how it appears to be shifting maybe. So my assumption has always been, because you see the subdominant tom right there, as soon as you knock off the biggest bird, that dominant one, the others step right in. But talk about the delays that can come from that, would you?
Yeah, and again, I think research is coming out on that, but basically there's a social hierarchy associated with flocks of birds on the landscape, and throughout the season you'll see toms fighting with each other, figuring out that dominance hierarchy, so that by the time they're ready to breed, that's mostly kind of figured out. Certainly exceptions to that, but for the most part, that's kind of figured out. And so if you remove that dominant tom, then the subdominant toms will still be in that area. And of course, a lot of them are made up of jakes, juveniles in a given year as well, which may not be able to breed. And so that just takes time, is the thought, is that the assumption of, as Secretary Lovelace mentioned, that those will automatically step up just may not be the case. And so, like I say, I think we're learning more about that basic assumption that we have and looking to, how we can apply that in our harvest management.
Thanks.
For the spring season, do all the other states in the region, do they start about the same time? Has anybody ever tried a lot earlier or a lot later?
So we actually talked about this at our joint Midwest Southeast deer and turkey meeting that we had a couple weeks ago, where everyone is kind of a different start time, but everyone's seeing the same issues. And Adam Butler from Mississippi brought it up, where they are the earliest start date in the country. They start March 15th and they're still seeing the same issues. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword, like nobody is seeing.
So it's something else. Yeah.
Right.
So is there, we're fellow commissioner here is against taking of hens. Has there been ever any thought process into only taking the toms at in the spring and the fall season and not allowing a hen maybe for one season or two seasons to see if that doesn't bring the population back?
Certainly some discussion. So currently, in terms of the spring season, the night anywhere from 0.8, it doesn't matter, about 1% of the bearded hens or of the harvest in the spring is bearded hens.
Right.
So extremely low. And we, in a given year, that might, in terms of now, we're talking about 100 or fewer hens being harvested, bearded hens harvested in the spring, compared to about 12,000 toms.
Right.
And then so that's certainly been discussed. And I think Nebraska just went to not allowing bearded. There are some states that don't allow the harvest of bearded hens. And biologically, that probably can make sense. But in terms of enforcement of that, the onus that you're putting on the individual hunter to make that call, it's a lot simpler to say it has to have a beard versus it has to be a male is often a discussion point that again gets beyond kind of the biological aspects, but gets to more of overall harvest management and what we talk about. And then certainly in terms of the fall, we've had those discussions even in the last 5 or 6 years with the commission in terms of tom only harvest in the fall. That's certainly been a discussion in multiple years. And in general, the thought has been that in terms of a traditional turkey hunt, that you're not always identifying, it's a turkey, but whether or not it's a bearded or not bearded turkey has been raised. And then additionally, as I mentioned in the fall season, traditionally about half of our turkey hunters, both resident and non-resident, are opportunistic hunters versus going out specifically for that. And so of those opportunistic hunters, about half of them are probably sitting in a deer stand during archery season, which you can probably tell whether a bird has a beard or not. But then on the other side, you've got upland hunters who like to have a turkey tag in their pocket in case their bird dog points a turkey. And so, which again, doesn't necessarily lend itself to identifying whether it has a beard or not.
Okay.
So those have been some of the topics that have been brought up.
All right, thank you.
Having the season close early was an attempt to limit some of those opportunistic hunters, where most of the turkey hunters by November 10th, deer season, a lot of people are just getting started, and it should have an effect on total harvest.
Yeah. Okay, that's all I've got at the moment. I'll let some other folks talk here. Pass it over to Vicki, if you reintroduce yourself.
Yes, I'm Vicki Sekonic. I'm the private lands district wildlife biologist out of the Fall River Wildlife Area Office, but I cover basically what would be considered the southern Flint Hills. So that's Butler County that has El Dorado, Greenwood County, Elk County, Chautauqua County, and Cali County that has Winfield. So Ken asked me to talk a little bit about, in general, our statewide programs that we have that may affect turkeys or maybe part of turkeys, and then give a little bit more insight on just the southeast part of Kansas, which is where I am. So to start with, everybody should, I'm hoping you guys all know about our walk-in hunting program. It's been around since 1995, I believe. We just celebrated our 25th anniversary a couple years ago. And so as far as our walk-in, we have the fall walk-in hunting period, and then we have a spring walk-in hunting period. And obviously properties can go across both the fall and the spring. And so if you wanted to look at acres that are involved in just the spring walk-in over the last 3 years, we have seen a little bit of an uptick in number of acres. And some of that is due to our partnership with NWTF with their Save a Habitat, Save a Hunt thing. We had grants throughout, especially Northeast Kansas and a little bit in Southeast Kansas, to incentivize more acres being put into walk-in hunting, especially focusing on the spring walk-in hunting timeframe. In the fall, our acres are still holding about steady at about 1.1 million acres. So we're doing pretty good in the fall. Some of that, if we've seen any decline, it's mainly due to the CRP coming out in Western Kansas. And then in Eastern Kansas due to leasing becoming an issue. We do have a new program that started in 2017, our iWalk-in hunting program, and that was started out because of iSportsman. So iWalk-in, iSportsman, it's a check-in, check-out system, kind of give them more limited access, especially around urban areas, Kansas City, Topeka, and Wichita areas. And since then we've had, we're up to about 59 tracks enrolled in especially the spring season. And we've had over 100 birds harvested. Since they check out, we actually get a harvest information off of them, which is really cool. And so we know of at least 100 birds that have been harvested off of our iWeHa program since 2017. The other program we're involved with mostly is our Habitat First program. And if you're not familiar with that, this is us private lands biologists going out with private landowners and hopefully helping them improve their property for various wildlife that could be seen on the property. mean, this map kind of shows in general where we've done habitat first programs, either equipment loans, which are, it's hard to see, but green dots. And then the red dots are where we've actually cost shared on various projects on those properties. And so you can see we do a lot of habitat across the state, statewide, especially in Southeast Kansas, South Central Kansas, and Northeast Kansas. And this is our total from 2021. We had 30,000 acres treated with various projects, almost 20,000 treated with perennial habitat. And that would be shrubs, trees, potentially, but mainly native grass is what we kind of focus on. And so this pie chart kind of gives you an idea of what those projects look like as far as that 30,000 acres that are treated. What are we doing on that landscape? Brush management is a big one. That would be removing cedar trees and hedge trees and locust trees out of the pastures. So improving native grasslands for grassland birds. And that should improve turkey habitat too, because they are grassland nesting birds. Then prescribed fire, and I know you asked earlier about prescribed fire, how that would benefit, but it benefits a lot of species, and that mainly just removing some of that trees and a lot of that heavy woody cover that may not be beneficial for grassland nesting birds. Cover crops, grass and forward plantings, vegetation control, and that would be spraying Johnson grass, Sericea, stuff like that, or maybe even just setting back some of those native grasses to encourage forward production in the area. And then planting shrubs, and that happens a lot out west. Okay, so a little bit of update on Southeast Kansas. I have been in Southeast Kansas since 2015. Before that, I was up at actually Wilson Lake area, covering North Central Kansas for 4 years. So I have a little bit of experience in both areas, but about 6 years experience here down in Southeast Kansas. And when I got here, everybody talked about the good old days in turkey hunting, and I got here towards the tail end, so I did get to experience some of these big winter flocks of 100 to 300 birds. And that property that I went to visit down in Butler County with Brad, it wasn't uncommon for me to drive past that property. There's an eagle nest on the property too, so I was just to check it for eagles. And in the winter time, and you can see 300 birds easily, to the point where that guy was complaining and told me I could fall turkey hunt. If I wanted to spring turkey hunt, I had to come and take a hen in the fall. So he was ready to get rid of some of those birds. And talking to biologists that have been down here in Southeast Kansas longer than I have, they were saying birds were showing up in marginal or even poor habitat and trying to nest because all the better habitat was taken by other birds. And then talking to hunters, residents and non-residents were very happy about turkey hunting and back in the good old days. And they were very successful. And we've seen that with our adaptive harvest strategy, 60–70% success on turkey hunting back then. Landowners, they would complain about the turkey numbers. They were claiming, they were eating the corn as fast as they were planting it. And so, that wasn't an uncommon thing to hear. And they were like, all right, you can take some of these turkeys off my hands. I'll be fine with that. And, when we talked about moving turkeys out to Western Kansas, landowners in Southeast Kansas were the first ones to say, yeah, you can have some of mine. I'm okay with that. So yeah, the turkey numbers were great at one point. And then we kind of hit more present day where the more of the winter flocks are closer to the 10 to 20% of what they were 5 to 10 years ago. The winter flock that I talked about there by Leon, that was over 300 birds is I'm lucky to see 50 to 80 there now. Others that I've talked to down in Southeast Kansas, the other biologists and game wardens down there, they are all saying 10% of what they were 5 to 10 years ago. So not great numbers. I mean, they're still seeing birds, but not, I guess, not to the extremes that they were before. Birds seem to be absent from some of the better habitats, which before they were using marginal or poor habitat. Now they're not even using the good habitat that we think that they should be in. Hens aren't producing the poults and that we used to see, and it isn't uncommon this time of year to see 10, 15 hens hanging out together with no poults. And that's not a good thing to see. Nobody likes to see that. Hunter is relatively unsuccessful and they're not as happy, I guess. And most of the questions that law enforcement and us biologists field are, where did all turkeys go? We're not fielding questions of how to get rid of them anymore. We're fielding questions of how do I get them back? And when we reduced the bag limit back in 2020 down to 1 bird in the spring, we didn't hear very many complaints on that, even from the outfitters. Our outfitters, most of them, you know, they don't like the lesson opportunity, but they understand because they're not seeing the birds either. And honestly, I've talked to a couple of them that had already set back their turkey hunts because they weren't having the success that they were having. And what's the point of bringing somebody in if they couldn't get them, at least somewhat guarantee them some success? You know, they want success, so the hunters will come back the next year. So I even had some people tell us it's about time you lessen the turkey the turkey bag limit. So when talking to just some of the biologists in Southeast Kansas, and taking in my own perspective too, when we talk to private landowners, when we go out for the Habitat First visits, and they're looking to improve habitat, most of the time their priorities are deer and quail. But honestly, a lot of the practices that you would do for deer and quail habitat should benefit turkeys. Quail being a grassland nesting bird, needing that perennial grassland and forage production is exactly what turkeys would need for nesting and poult rearing as well. And then deer habitat, most of the time in Southeast Kansas, are forested habitats have just become too dense. You know, there's no fire going through them anymore. There's no claiming of some of those old growth timber, and it's just gotten too old and too overgrown and no sunlight coming to the soil anymore. And so if you see a timber stand, it's basically you can see 200 yards through it, and that's not a good thing. You know, if you're a turkey that's walking through there, you have no way to hide from a predator. And the same thing with a deer, there's no way to hide from a predator. And so timber stand improvement is something that we do in Southeast Kansas. And I think Scott's going to talk about that in Western Kansas, but in Southeast Kansas, it's more just thinning out that timber because it is so thick and so old growth that you need some shrubs and forbs to grow underneath of it to provide some sort of protection and some forage during the winter. Most of those have so. And when talking to the biologist and myself, the majority of the practices in specifically Southeast Kansas, I know I had that map earlier, was a statewide, but in Southeast Kansas, the top 2 practices that we do are native grass plantings. So converting fescue to native grass or converting ag ground to native grass. And then also timber stand improvements. So those would be the top 2 that we probably do in Southeast Kansas. And then brush management being a very, very close third. And just kind of a side note, I asked all the biologists and LE guys that I talked to put this together. I asked, you know, have you bought turkey tags in the last couple of years? And most of them said, no, I haven't bought one in the last 3 years or longer. And so even our biologists and our employees are realizing that, you know, turkey numbers are not high enough. Access is not as easy to get either on that prime turkey ground because they're only in the prime ground now, that it's almost pointless to buy turkey tags. And so I myself haven't bought one in 3 years, but I also have been taking my nephew out the last 6 years. And we have had some spring walk-in hunting loss in Southeast Kansas. I wouldn't say it's exceptional by any stretch, but I have had Logan down far Southeast Kansas lost Parson City Lake. Because they were afraid that the turkey numbers were too low, that they didn't want people in there hunting turkeys. And I lost one in Elk County because of the same reason. They just said, we just haven't been seeing the turkey numbers and we don't want you to take them all. So that kind of does say something if the landowners are really realizing, especially landowners that are getting paid to have this in hunting, they're willing to take that money and not get it in order to protect what few turkeys they have on their ground left. So it was a quick overview of Southeast Kansas. I'll take any questions, but if not.
We haven't talked about food sources. Is that important in the habitat? And what is the summer, winter, and the poult adult?
Yeah, and that's the main reason we do a lot of the setting prescribed fire sets back some of that native grass. I mean, if you don't burn native grass, it basically just becomes a rank stand of just grass and nothing else really grows in there. And so by burning it, you open up some of that ground space from that leaf litter and the rank grass and allow forb production. And that attracts more insects, which is what young poults are eating. And it also produces more seed from those forbs, and that would be the seed source for the fall and winter.
Yeah, I would say from a statewide perspective that what we typically think of as the likely limiting factor for food resources is for production and poults during the brooding season. And so, as Vicky mentioned, the insects are the key aspect of that. And so we don't have any indications, I don't believe, that we have any adults not getting enough food resources, which they feed on insects as well, but seeds and grasses can be a significant impact or more significant portion of their diet. And so I don't think that's a big concern, especially at the adult level, but speaks, as Vicky mentioned, more to habitat specifically for that brooding habitat.
Okay. Our hoppers.
Mhm.
Grass.
Absolutely.
We got a lot of those.
I second that.
That's what drought.
Yeah.
I'll talk a little bit from the public land management standpoint. My name's Scott Thomason, and I manage the wildlife areas at Wilson Lake, which is in Russell County, and Smoky Hill Wildlife Area, which is Canopolis in Ellsworth County. I've been with the department since 2006, and I've been in my current position since 2008. So I came in kind of right at that peak. Life was good. Turkeys everywhere. I must be doing a great job. But a lot of these reservoir properties and public lands, they really just the landscape of the property themselves lends themselves to good quality turkey habitat. I mean, they've got rivers running through them. They've got creeks. They've got tributaries. The small interspersed ag fields throughout them, Wilson, Canopolis, a lot of these properties all across the state. And I was just looking through some of the harvest surveys and the hunter surveys, and several of the properties were reporting 100+ birds per property per year during that peak. So 11, 12, 13, 14. And I'll use one example there. When I started my first spring season checking hunters was in 2009, and there were some hunters from Kansas City area, Missouri. They've been coming to Canopolis regularly, and they did very well. Just like Vicky said, they came out. It was a trip. Canopolis was a destination for them. They usually tagged out 3 or 4 of them, and over the years, they recognized the turkey numbers were going down. I've checked them or talked to them every year. They usually call me every year, and they continue to show up. It just takes longer out in the field. There's still turkeys on the landscape. It's just smaller groups, more spread out. So it takes more work, takes more effort.
So they actually have to hunt.
Yeah. So, and they still want to come out. I mean,
Sure.
they're kind of representative of some of the public land turkeys that treat these properties like a destination. They've been coming for years and years. And I think a lot of the public land managers at different properties could have the same story of people who plan trips and come out to these properties regularly. But I listed some of those properties. I could list several more of them. Lovewell was one. There's just some pictures that I was going through some of my files. So yeah, there was success was relatively high on the properties. Our bird numbers were pretty good, and obviously they've declined just like every place else. We talked about the roost site. Here's an example, and I'll show more pictures than graphs here through a few slides. But this is Cottonwood along the Saline River, and this is where we were removing cedar trees from the understory, and it shows on our right the cedar trees that have been removed, and on the left where we stopped just to take a picture. But going in with a skid steer and essentially cutting those trees out and pulling them out, and it allows for cottonwood regeneration. The response, I'll show another picture from the understory, is pretty phenomenal. It decreases that fire threat in these cottonwood stands, which are pretty limited and especially important roost sites. So this just kind of puts a picture with what we talk about when we talk about roost management.
Will they not roost at all? I mean, I understand all those other reasons, but if there are cedars, will they not roost at all? Will it drive them away?
That's a good question. I've seen them roost in sites where there are cedar trees.
Mhm.
Underneath them, smaller.
Mhm.
Some of these areas where you're getting 30-foot cedar trees up into them. I think it does decrease how much they do roost in there. And then it really, like in this particular example, there's a decline in the health of the cottonwood trees as well. So we're starting to get a lot of cottonwood trees that are declining in health. So there's kind of a transition if you just let this go to where the cedar trees move in, and eventually the cottonwood trees are probably replaced just by a dense cedar forest. And this was a project that we collaborated with NWTF on, so they helped provide funds to do these projects. I kind of did what Vicky did. I kind of know my part of the world, Wilson, Canopolis, but I've been to Chattanooga once now. So I'm not an expert on timber stand improvement and management Eastern Kansas, but I called a few of the managers. This is at Council Grove as well as Meredith. And I could tell I made sure to leave enough time when I talked to those managers because they could go on and provide me lots of pictures and expertise. And so I wanted to just highlight a couple. I guess I was especially impressed talking to them, just the intensity of the management they've done on a lot of the woodlands on these properties out here in southeast Kansas. Our woodland management out around Wilson further west is really managing some of these cottonwood areas. And then at Canopolis, we do have some nice oak trees, and we do some work in there, but not to the extent that I've learned about here in Eastern Kansas. This is another example. This is from Meredith, some pictures that were sent to me, and this is where they're doing some thinning on that property with some prescribed burning on 3-year intervals. And really the picture that I was sent that before there was any management is just a pretty bare understory. And I think Vicky even alluded to it, no place to hide, no nesting opportunities, probably limited seed, insect, and then where they've gone in and done the thinning and done the prescribed burning, they've just really seen a flush of vegetation. And I think also that burning is probably in that oak hickory woodland conducive to regeneration of the desirable trees versus the trees they don't.
Scott, what are the desirable trees?
Yeah, probably oak and hickory in the eastern. Yeah, and where we are out further central, walnut and bur oak would be more of our desirable.
Generally bigger, taller trees.
So we're removing like honey locust. Sometimes we'll have hackberries and we might have a nice walnut or oak that's being crowded out. So we'll remove some of those trees around it to open up the canopy for those more desirable trees.
Not necessarily bigger, taller, better mass producing, something that a turkey might eat or roost in.
Okay.
So cottonwoods obviously roost, and sycamores here in eastern Kansas are a big roost tree, but not a mass producer. But whereas oaks and hickories are going to be the mass producers.
Okay.
Going back further west, this is just some pictures provided to me from Cedar Bluff. So these are some the cottonwood riparian areas along the river out there. And this is just an example. You could see those cedar trees in the background where they've pulled them out and stacked them, and some of that vegetative response underneath. And I'll say, as Vicky alluded to, some of the management practices may be geared towards deer and quail and then turkeys benefit. Some of these practices, the target is really turkey roost habitat, and then the quail benefit and the deer benefit. So I noticed in the area of Wilson, and I expect it to be the same here, is where they remove those cedar trees from the understory, get that desirable vegetation, grasses and forbs, seeds, the quail respond positively to that as well. So a lot of the management that we do on these public lands, whether it's healthy rangeland, healthy timber, woodlands, turkeys benefit from them, whether they're the target species or not. I threw these in just to show some other management practices going on public lands, and name a few. Grazing is certainly one, and it came up. And I had a picture I almost put in of a turkey strutting right along the fence line in one of our grazed pastures. And to answer your question a little bit, really what we manage for using grazing, I mean, to us, cattle is a management tool for wildlife. So we want to manipulate the rangeland, manipulate the grassland. Is that turkey was strutting right along the fence where the cattle were keeping it much shorter. And then as you jump over that fence, tall grass. And as you move out in that pasture, much thicker grass. So we had a diversity of grass structure, herbaceous structure, just right there in that immediate area that turkeys basically use at different stages of their life cycle. And so that's the intent of using grazing on some of our public lands, is to provide those different habitat structures, as well as keep cedar trees from encroaching and all the other reasons that it's just good management of rangelands. That picture on our left is at Canopolis. And then on the right there, I threw that in. A lot of our properties utilize cover crops, alfalfa, green wheat. We've got lots of little fields scattered throughout. And, there's lots of reasons a cover crop in that example might be beneficial from soil, from deer browse. But I can tell you, certainly I've watched turkeys bug out into them and scratch out in, spend a lot of time out in them. So certainly that's a really beneficial habitat practice in lieu of, say, it's a chemical application, just keeping the ground clean and free of vegetation. I guess I do have one graph on here, and this just is added in to highlight kind of the importance of the public land to the hunters, just like that group from Canopolis. This is the proportion of hunters where they're hunting. So that gray line is private, and you can see it trending down. And that orange line is the proportion of hunters using public lands, which is increasing up. So, about 2008, when I was started 6, I would say we're 10 to 12, 15%. And it's, in that mid 20s, pushing 30%. So, as far as the value of public land to hunters, access is an issue. These properties are destinations for lots of folks. And so it's just a reason that we continue to put the efforts into management like we do. The reality here is that there's just fewer turkeys on our wildlife areas, just like on the adjacent private lands, just like what we're talking about. But we continue to have the hunters that show up and are seeking these out. Now, they do move around. I put southeast to north central on here because I've talked to and checked a fair number of hunters that tell me, well, I've never been here before. I was hunting in southeast, floods, pretty severe decline, and talked to somebody and said, well, why don't we go check out, name a property in north central? And it's really not bad advice. They're just mobile, they're moving, they're looking to fill a tag, and they're willing to do that. And then the regulars that are going to keep showing up because they want to hunt. I mean, bottom line. But and I'll just make a comment because this has come up from a few people I talked to and I've seen it, is certainly when people hunt private or the public areas, some of those birds get bumped off. They get bumped onto the neighbors. Once upon a time, it was maybe the perception that they were safer over there. But really, we've seen an increase in some of the feeders being set up in the outfitters, especially in quality areas where we know there's birds. So that's just increased, over the last several years. But at the end of the day, like the pictures I showed you, at least what I feel our contribution is on public lands is just to continue to provide and manage for the best quality habitat we can as we kind of navigate this decline and the reasons for it.
Sure, the area you work, does it include the north central zone that had two permits?
Mm-hmm.
You think that's a draw to have people go up there?
It was. There was folks that would have, they were calling ahead of time, just wanted to double check if they could shoot a second turkey. And then usually if they were hunting in another unit, they were planning the trip to see where they could go within the unit. So it was a draw for
Do you
some.
think it would help the harvest for the spread out of the harvest if that was eliminated?
It seemed like probably because there's only so many public areas to hunt, and coming from a public land perspective is that there was probably an increase just on our public areas of people looking to fill that second tag that didn't have any other connections or ties to the unit. So they looked for public areas.
I can't remember what our recommendation is for next year, whether we're back down to one. Okay. We received a lot of feedback from locals who resented the outfitters feeders and said, there's a lot of people who are investing more money than I can, to harvest 2 birds when I can't get one.
Mhm. And I think just like for the hunters that are having to put more effort to find the birds, to hunt for the birds, I know that some of the outfitters that work within that region, it's taken more effort for them to find areas, at least that have birds, to maintain the level of business they have in the past.
Most of the constituents that I talk to do not hold the outfitters in high regard.
Kent, if I may, Stuart Schrog, Assistant Secretary, I just wanted to make mention our partnership with NWTF on the public land side of things, and you made mention of the National Award in 17. And when you're talking about $5.2 million over several thousand acres impacted in Kansas, a lot of that public lands really has capitalized on those NWTF super funds, and we've done a lot of projects over the years. TSI was just, we thought, one of those natural resource acronyms that somebody came up with a decade ago, but it's really become more commonplace in our public lands management. Has really been pretty beneficial. In fact, we at one point we had an NWTF forester in our Council Grove office that really, it is a science, the TSI work is, and it's really, from a public lands turkey management perspective, it's really been a game changer for us. And I think it's, like Vicky said too, that's carried over on the private land side of what they're doing too. So I just wanted to make mention of that a lot of these NWTF super funds have been utilized on our public properties, and continue to hope that partnership continues in the future. So I just want to thank NWTF really for their efforts in that part.
You work around Wilson Lake and Canopolis, and you do a lot of work along the rivers, and it looks like, do you see the turkey moving away from their river roosts and going more upland?
I don't know if I see them going more upland, but I do see them in the uplands.
Mhm.
I mean, a fair amount.
Or do you
Sometimes
see
I think
fewer
maybe they
along the
get
river?
Bumped into the uplands, and
Yeah.
then they're safe and they stay up in the uplands sometimes. Not some of the folks that hunt from east come out here, and that's probably not where they're thinking to go look for a turkey, is way up there in that pasture with no trees. But the birds are certainly up there at times. I have seen considerable decline in the winter flocks right there around the lakes
Mhm.
over the years. Several hundred birds in some of them that now 40 to 60 to 80. And I don't see them regularly like I did. And I don't know if that's because I know that there's some feeding going on out of sight. And so I don't know if it's pulling those birds out of sight where I'm just not seeing them, but there's periods of time where I'm just not seeing them. And then they'll show up
Mhm.
and then be gone again. But, in 2008, when I started, I'd see them all along the Smoky on the drive to work, and
Right.
got used to seeing several winter flocks. And the decline is unfortunate and concerning that I've seen just right there.
Okay.
Ross?
I'm Ross Ermacher. I'm a lieutenant here in District 3C, which is out of Chanute. Covers Woodson County down to Cherokee County and southeast corners. I've been a lieutenant for almost 2 years. Before that, I was in Woodson Wilson County for about 8 years as a game warden. I've been on the turkey committee now for almost a year. In law enforcement, we do a 2-year term to represent. Don't have a whole lot for you guys. I thought I'd kind of be here more to answer questions if you have. Did a little bit of polling over the state on some of the problems we have facing turkey seasons. And it pretty much breaks down to miniature problems of deer season. It kind of goes hand in hand. I think our biggest problem that we face is, especially when the COVID hit, when the governor shut down the non-resident tags, we had a lot of people come in and buy non-resident landowner tenant tags. So that was a big thing we saw in 2019. I think I did about 15 cases just in Woodson County that year. So that's a kind of a concern as we go forth, as we limit the out-of-state tags, that we're kind of looking at law enforcement. We might see some of that tag fraud, if you will. the other things we see in turkey hunting is trespassing. And a little bit of is probably the biggest thing. People see turkeys from the road and they jump out and walk in. Numbers that we see being in southeast Kansas, we've always seen Arkansas and people come up and hunt. And I think it's just because of the location. And their bird population decreased several years before ours did. So we did see a lot of that. We do see some Oklahoma guys come up and some Missouri guys come up. Do talk to a few non-residents that were getting the 2 permits because they plan on shooting one here and going up into the north central zone. So I did run across that, which I thought was interesting. They do put in more time and more effort. The turkey hunters do is non-residents as the residents do. I think the residents, as they talked about, is more opportunist. But not as much as they do to chase the big antlers, but they do. There's turkey hunters that like to shoot turkeys, and it's a fun sport. So that's pretty much what we face out there in law enforcement. And again, like to answer any questions if you guys have any for us.
You're the people who purchased invalid non-resident tenant tags. Do you have a means like right in your truck to determine like landowner maps or something?
Yes, we have Onyx, and in most counties, I can look through there's a database through the tax records. Some counties you can, but the ones, Woodson, Wilson, I know, Neosho, Montgomery, we can. The thing, caveat, it seemed like just south of your property. I remember one guy, he bought a cow. He was leasing his land to hunt for 8 or 10 years. Then all of a sudden he couldn't buy one, so he bought a cow. So that's his tenant. So it happens. And so yeah, we can check landowners, and that was. You get some of the guides that say, well, just claim my land. So they go to Walmart and say, well, I have 180 acres in Woodson County. They get a tag over the counter. But the 180 acres was belonged to the outfitter who's leasing it to him for agricultural purposes. That way it was easy to determine. But when it comes to the substantial agricultural investment, it came down to a little bit more digging.
There's a fair amount of trying to game the system.
Oh, and it's easy to do. Unfortunately, it's easy.
I've heard about some of
Yeah.
them. So I just didn't know how you went around doing that because it does happen.
Yeah, we could check tax records and voting records, and it takes some legwork. If they claim landowner, they're a non-resident landowner, that's easy enough. We can look it up right there and see, yeah, you do have X amount of acres. It's in your name. That's easy to verify. It's when the tenant part of it takes a little bit more legwork and interview and investigation. So
Better have a good paper trail.
yeah.
Well, I just want to thank these guys. That's the end of our kind of set presentation here, but I very much appreciate all these folks here on the panel coming, spending time getting ready, putting up with me, getting ready for this. So I very much appreciate the time and their continued input and participation on the Turkey Committee. Really just wanted to provide some perspective beyond my own in terms of communications with commissioners of not only what we're finding on populations and harvest, but also what we're doing on the landscape in terms of public land and private land management, working with land managers, and certainly on the law enforcement side, enforcing the regulations that we're talking about during our commission meetings, and then certainly highlight the partnerships that NWTF brings to turkey management and conservation efforts in the state. So with that, I'd be happy to turn it back to you, Chairman
Well,
Lauber, in terms
yeah,
of
I
additional
mean,
questions.
If anybody has any questions, feel free to ask. And Brad?
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chair. Secretary Lovelace. So while we have these folks still here, one of the things that I'd appreciate a little discussion of is my assumption all along when I came from the private sector was that what we should expect is those old peak numbers of turkeys. But I know from some biological training I've had that it's really common, most common, when you have a new species in a system to see them shoot up, take advantage of the fact that they haven't been in there before and nothing else is used to them being around. But equally expected that they'll drop down to some level. And one thing I'd applaud both staff and the commission for in the past is recognizing when we're in this decline, we probably need to make adjustments to the harvest that we allow and try to really work hard to try to soften this landing wherever that is when we figure out. But talk, while we have all these experts here, to talk a minute about this idea of this boom that we expect and then a decline and how you manage for that and because I think the public's assumption is no, we're goofing something up that we haven't got those peak numbers still, whereas biologically I'm not sure that's realistic. So address that a little bit if you guys would.
I guess from my perspective, and we've talked about it with the commissioners in the last 5 years, is really from my perspective as a statewide coordinator looking at this data every day is not knowing what the low is. We hope that this year is low, or last year was low, but we continue to, as everybody's mentioned here, we continue to see the declines through time. And so what's most uncomfortable and most uncertain is what to expect for a low and a high and to manage for somewhere in between. We know what the high was, and there's plenty of reasons to think that we may not ever realistically get back to what the high is, as you mentioned. But at the same time, and so, okay, it's going to be lower than that, but how low? And it is this year what we'll be managing for in 5 years? And so I guess I don't have a lot of perspective on that other than, to me, we remain in a period of uncertainty of what those lows are going to look like. Do I think turkeys are going to go extinct in Kansas? No. But I don't necessarily, I don't feel like we're at the low point yet. And our data certainly don't show that. So in some portions of the state, like the southeastern part of the state as a good example, we've experienced relatively stable but very low production for a lengthy amount of time now. And the other aspect that I would add to that is, even if this is the high, do we want, how can we make it potentially higher? Because I think it's a common perspective that this is too low, but what do we need to do to get it up to where we feel like it should be? So I don't know if I added anything to that other than just I think that we continue to be in a period of uncertainty, and I think we have the ability to bring turkey populations into more of an increasing status, or at least stabilized status. But we're just going to need to figure some things out first. So others.
I like the way Brad put it, soften that blow until we find the low. If we need to keep taking those steps that, our adaptive harvest strategy, it says we should be taking until we find that low, and then, maybe come back if we can.
I was always hoping that we had hit our low and that we would see that V bounce back up, but the V is becoming more of a U, and every year, well, if it doesn't rain in southeast Kansas next spring, why we'll have good production again, just doesn't seem to make a lot of difference.
Yeah.
So we'll never get back to the high we had. It would be nice if we could gum up some.
But as long as they never replace themselves, I'm just shocked by that.
Mm-hmm.
We'll never see the turn. So I guess I'm curious what what you think the emphasis needs to be. I mean, it sounds like we're attacking everything, habitat and predation and all that, but whatever's not allowing that nesting to be successful and the poults to be healthy is kind of the crux of it, I guess. We
Yeah.
can figure that out. So,
Yeah. And I think that, as you mentioned, we're taking a multifaceted approach to it. And from a commission standpoint, a lot of what we can do is strictly harvest management. And as I mentioned, I think overall that has we believe it has a relatively limited impact on populations in general. There's some caveats to that and some things we're learning for sure, but in general, we think that it has a relatively low, if any, impact on the turkey population. And so then we step back to what's happening during all of the other factors that influence population dynamics and specifically nesting. And so we continue to work private, public lands on management. And we as Scott mentioned and Vicky mentioned, we generally view turkeys as very generalist species in terms of where they nest and where they can be successful. We've seen nests in bare ground be successful, where we thought, surely something will come across that. And we found nests in the most pristine habitat, perfect turkey nesting habitat, and that gets whacked on day 2. And everything in between. And so that's in the research realm. I think a lot of the uncertainty is we even have low predictive power on which of those 2 nests and everything in between are going to be successful. And so that complicates to a degree even habitat management, because what are you trying to manage for? But I think again we're trying to inform those questions with continued research, and hopefully we'll continue to tailor our management actions toward that. As Assistant Secretary Schrag mentioned, even on the both public and private side of things, learning from 10 years ago to now the impact that timber stand improvement can have. That just, I think, demonstrates our department, certainly across Turkey Range, improvements that we've made that we think can have benefits. So I think we're learning harvest management is a piece, habitat management is a piece, making sure that we're current on all our research and our understandings of all those other things like disease is a piece. Unfortunately, there's just not the one thing that we point to and says, this is the cause of the decline in this area. I think it's a lot of interacting factors in there. And I think those are different throughout the country, let alone in Kansas.
We tried to figure out for a long time what the problem was in the bobwhite quail decline. And we have a lot of pieces, a lot of parts of it, but there never really was an understanding of this is the primary reason. The good old boys knew, but you guys didn't.
it was the turkeys, wasn't it?
It was the turkeys eating them for a long time.
My assumption is that clutch size has not gone down, like that's.
We don't believe so. And that's where a lot of this resurgence in research across the range that Annie mentioned will give us some insight into that. There's certainly, just like any of the pieces that we've talked about, there's a number of questions out there, and that's an excellent point. Clutch size, has that changed or not? Have fertility rates changed? Are hens putting out
something bioaccumulating?
Yeah. Are hens laying eggs that are not fertile and they're just sitting on eggs that are not gonna hatch? So there's a lot of those kind of questions, and a lot of that I think we're going to gain a new insight to. But again, we kind of had this lack of information coming in for 10, 15, 20 years that just it isn't unheard of in wildlife management by any means, but just a hurdle we kind of have to overcome, again, kind of in this period of uncertainty. I hope doesn't last too long, but we'd like to have some answers, but kind of manage the best we can in the meantime.
Well, we appreciate everybody's time, everybody's effort and contribution. At our workshop session this afternoon, we'll be discussing turkeys again. And for those people on the commission and other who have thoughts that would be appropriate to bring up then, I would encourage that. And I think by Mickey Mouse.
Chairman Lauber, if I may, Stuart Strug, Assistant Secretary, I just had a couple quick questions for Kent. I think you made mention that the noticeable declines first started off in the eastern, southeastern US, maybe not at the significant levels that Nebraska, Oklahoma, Kansas is seeing. Out east, are they starting to see a rebound now, or are they still at those lower levels? And then my second question is, back in the glory days, there was a lot of translocation occurring amongst states. I'm assuming that that's kind of been put on hold, or is that still a common practice of translocation among states?
Yeah, good questions.
Thank you.
And so in general, I would say that considering we're talking about 20 or 30 different states here, in general, I think that populations have continued to decline. There's a few states in the south and east that think they're pretty stable, but like they're more limited, I would say, than the number that say they're continuing to decline. And they're not necessarily focused in like the Carolinas, or it's kind of dispersed. But in general, I would say that populations have continued to decline, but the rates of decline have probably slowed to an extent. And then in terms of, and I think that's also that where we're seeing some of the first research being implemented and continued research. And so I think there's plenty of things that we can learn both from what they've seen from a population decline rate and also what they're finding on research. And then on the translocation side of things is another good question. In general, turkey translocations have stopped in the eastern and southeastern portions of the range. We haven't done a translocation here in Kansas since I started. I want to say 2014 was one of the last times we moved birds, and then it was going like from the Hutchinson area to the Cimarron National Grasslands area. But certainly it continues to be a big point of discussion. Interestingly enough, we talk about this shift in turkey populations from the southeast to the west, and keeping in mind that's mostly eastern subspecies. We continue to see that there's states to the west of us that we continue to see some population increases. Some portions of Colorado, Montana, Idaho, they're more where we were 10 years ago with their Rio populations. And so they still have the damage complaints and things, but when you look on the eastern US, there hasn't really been any demand or questions about that. Texas, to go into a little detail, is a state that has been doing eastern translocations into East Texas for a number of years. And they're almost tapped out on the number of states willing to provide them birds to come in.
We're currently getting birds from Maine.
Wow.
Yeah. And so not only paying for birds, but also paying to fly birds. So I guess in general, it's not something we've certainly within the Turkey Committee talked about the potential use in the future of translocations even within the state. Of course, the problem is, where do you pull birds from, even if it's within the state? And nowhere has anybody been confident enough to say, if we pull birds from here, we're not going to have a negative impact on those local populations. So I think it's always a discussion point because it is a tool that's been proven to be useful in turkey management. But I also think that our best habitats are currently occupied, and it's something we may discuss in the future more, but nothing we see in the short term.
When you translocate, you tend to stir up the gene pool a little bit. Is that a positive thing?
I don't necessarily think so in this case. We don't have any indications of inbreeding being an issue or anything like that. In many ways, especially in the plain states, Nebraska, Kansas, Oklahoma, where we've translocated so many birds through time, that's why we see kind of this hybridization zone so wide in Kansas, as we've moved Rio's here and Eastern's there. And it doesn't surprise me at all if somebody called me from northeastern Kansas and says, hey, I shot this bird, got a lot of white on its tail, looks like a Rio. But nothing surprising about that. So I think there's some aspects that lend themselves to, could a Rio do a little bit better than an Eastern over here? But in general, that's mostly short-term, impacts there. The more concern about translocations of any wildlife species, let alone, but certainly turkeys, is the potential to move disease or any more local kind of thing there. That would be more of my concern. That to me would likely outweigh most of the positive impacts or potential impacts.
Any more questions? Well, thank you all very much.
Thank you for the time. Appreciate it.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Jason, did you need something? Jason?
Staff, starting on my left,
Bill Escarino, Garden City.
Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Sheila Kemmis,
Brad Lovell,
Commissioner
Secretary
support.
Topeka.
Stuart Schrog, Interim Assistant Secretary, Pratt.
Dan Riley, General Counsel.
Are you on, Lauren?
She's on, but she's muted.
I didn't mean to forget you, Jason.
Oh, Jason Dixon, Commission support. And go ahead, Sheila. Everybody was kind of over the top of you.
That's okay. Sheila Kemmis, Commission support. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. There have been some additions to the agenda items. All of us commissioners have received a new agenda. It has a lot of stuff that the old one covered, much of which we went over. While we have a lot on the agenda as far as items, some of these have been workshopped to death, so there's probably not a lot of controversy about them. But if so, that's what we're here for. I'd like a motion that we approve the meeting of the 4th and 5th of August.
Move. Commissioner Gefeller.
Second.
Did I get a second?
Yeah, Delia, Commissioner Lister.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. All those in favor of the minutes, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, now it is the time for general public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody in the audience or on Zoom who would like to say anything that isn't going to be covered on the agenda today?
Is that time for me to speak? There's supposed to be a bunch of farmers show up and speak. Is it time for me to speak now or is that later on?
No, I mean, I don't know what your topic is.
But its topic is deer populating in our area.
Go ahead and speak now. Come up, please.
We're at.
Right up here, state your name.
Okay. Okay, it's supposed to be a whole bunch of people here. Help me with the problem. We have deer down in southeast Kansas, mainly Montgomery County, next to Chautauqua, Elk County line. We have deer coming out our ears. They're thick and there's no way we're gonna get rid of it unless we get some help and they change some rules. Okay, I'm gonna read what I'm gonna say, okay? I live in northeast Montgomery County. 3 years ago, I had 4 does move in where there had been none before. The next year I had 8 does. This year I'll have over 20 plus. And in 5 and 6 years from now, they'll probably be over 100. That's how they're multiplying so fast. I have soybean fields where the deer eat all of it. I can't plant soybeans there. I have 2 alfalfa fields next to the creek. I've got just 1 cutting of hay off of it where it should have got 4. These fields have from 20 to 70 deer in them all the time. And deers are out of control in our area. Mountain lions are moving in because of the deer, but cattle are easier to kill. And I've had calves killed because of the mountain lions. They'd rather eat. Deers are bringing the mountain lions in. I guess the next thing I would say, I would suggest letting people shoot does
She's trying to talk.
with probably a $5 or $8 fee permit, maybe. I think Nebraska has something like that. And I think we need to have it several times a year because we've got a massive patrol. By the way, we've had 2 boys within our 7 miles of me be killed by deers on motorcycles. So not only is it a problem for us and our crops, it's killing people. And on the way up here, I saw dead deers laying in the road that had been hit. And I guess what I want to know is what can you do about it? That's the thing I want to know. And I guess the one thing that can be done when they give these declaration deals, which I got some, I think we killed 15 does. The trouble of it is they only allow us to have 2 outside people, just 2 outside the family. And quite honestly, I'm an old man and I ain't shot at anything for 20 years. And I don't plan on shooting anything because I don't like killing.
but I like to get rid of my problem. And right now they give me 2 outsiders that can shoot deer. Well, here's the trouble. If I'd asked somebody, maybe not just group here, but if I'd asked some people, I'd say, well, you would like to get a free deer this summer? I mean, you can shoot a doe, and I've got tags for it. Oh, they'll say, yes, I want all, I do, I'll shoot, I'll get 5 of them for you. You know how many they get? 0. Nobody likes to shoot deer in the summertime. And they'll tell you they're going to take it. So if you'd let me have 5 or 10 people, maybe out of that 5 or 10, I might get 2 that would actually shoot some deers to get rid of the problem. And it's not going to get rid of the problem. We've got such a massive problem. I don't know what you can do. And you probably don't have the problems where you're at, but we do down there, and it's thick. And I guess that's what I came up here to say, that they're bad and they're thick and they're killing people. And there's car wrecks and people get losing property, and they're tearing up our fences, and they're bringing diseases in. We didn't mind it was a few, but now, and nobody shoots does. Right? Anybody going to give as much money as you charge to shoot a deer and it's just a doe? They're not going to do it. So that's part of the problem right there. I've got a kid that lives on some of my properties, and he works for the county. He's got a pretty good sized family. He can't afford this, the price you guys charge. We need to get it where it's economical to do it. And if you don't start getting these kids to hunting deer, we're not going to have anybody hunting, because the new generation don't really want to hunt. They want to play on them video machines. They're not going to hunt. And so my suggestion is, why make a kid or boy up to age 18 even buy a hunting license? You might get them to get interested in shooting one, but when they got to spend, I don't know what a hunting license even costs. I got a lifetime hunting license, so I don't have a fishing license. But I don't know what it costs, but it's a lot of money. And if you're working for the county, whatever they're doing, they don't get paid that kind of money. So I guess that's what I've got to say. And I hope you listen to me, but I don't know where all those other people are going to be to show up with me, but I guess I got suckered into coming here by myself.
Well,
Kind of like a lamb before the wolves.
you did a good job advocating your position. I understand where you're coming from. I ain't got any easy answers, and I don't know whether Levi or anybody else has a good answer to the problem.
It's a real problem. And it's not going away, and it's multiplying, because them deers have 2 babies and those two every year. And they're everywhere. And I've got like 40 or 50 different farms, and they're everywhere. They're not just, I've got them south Independence, I've got them east of Independence, and I've got them north and west of Independence, and their deer is thick. And besides that, the other thing that's fun, them deer shed them horns. And guess where they go? In my $5,000 car on my combine. We had one of them happen this year. And they're costing us a lot of money. And, it wasn't so bad when they weren't overpopulated, but they're overpopulated down there.
Okay.
Sir, can I get your name, please?
Whoever's elected.
Okay.
You ain't gonna put me in jail, are you?
No. Sheila was wanting it. She didn't hear it at the beginning. Also for guests and staff to sign the guest list in the back, so we can have everybody's name and
Do
everything.
you have anything to add, Levi, or just?
I was gonna say, if this gentleman will let me get through my couple items here this afternoon, I'd like to take some time to chat with him after that, so we can have.
Okay. Well, thank you for coming forward. Any other comments on non-agenda items? Well, okay. A couple things I will add. We had an interesting meeting this morning before this meeting regarding turkeys. And yesterday evening, some of us took a tour of Neosho Wildlife Area, and Monty and Travis showed us a lot of their accomplishments and showed us a lot of scientific data that was very on point, apropos, and helpful to our duck discussions. And I want to thank them again for going out of their way to take us around and show us. We'll start with the secretary's remarks. Brad?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I'm Brad Lovelace, secretary. So update on our fiscal situation. First off, park fee fund. Revenue in the park fee fund is derived from entrance and camping fees and the annual vehicle passes at our state parks. Revenue for the first 2 months of the fiscal year was 2.1 million. Cash balance in the park fee fund at the end of August was 8.6 million. As far as cabins, the revenue from those is from the rental of our cabins located in the state park system and at some of our public lands locations. Park cabin net revenue for the first 2 months of the fiscal year, which started in July, was approximately $200,000. That is a little below the previous 2 years, but we are still early in the fiscal year. Wildlife fee fund is derived from the sale of hunting and fishing licenses, big game permits, tags to hunters and anglers. The wildlife fee fund revenue for the fiscal year was 1.46 million at the end of August, again, early in the year. That's about a $290,000 decline from the previous year. So we're down from where we were, and we'll see how the rest of the year plays out. Boat fee fund, that revenue is from boat registrations. And with this money, we provide boating safety education and infrastructure for boating and boat users. Fiscal year 2023 receipts so far, again early, were $288,000. That's a decline from a year ago of about $100,000. So that's more of a decline than we expect. So we're going to watch that closely and try to figure out if that's a trend that's going to continue, if it'll balance out. So, and the last thing I'll mention is currently we're working to finalize our 2024 fiscal year salary and operations budget. That's due the middle of September, so coming right up. So everybody's working hard to pull together our numbers so we can turn those in and they'll be as accurate as possible. The capital improvement budget was submitted already in July, but this will be our salary and operations budget for fiscal year 2024. That concludes my remarks. I'm willing to take any questions you might have.
Anybody have any questions for Brad? Any questions? You'll let me know if a hand goes up in Zoom land.
Yeah, I will.
All right. Well, thank you, Brad. What would a meeting be without Matt and his antelope?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And this is sort of a new one for antelope. We're restarting the regulatory process here for them. And so I'm going to start out with a little bit of background on the antelope season that I typically don't provide, but I will now and not at the future meetings where we discuss pronghorn. But we've had pronghorn hunting in Western Kansas since 1974. And the firearm season's been 4 days long since 1990, and it begins the first Friday in October. Archery pronghorn season has been 9 days, and from 1985 to 2004, and it included the 2 weekends prior to the firearm season. In 2005, we reopened archery season on the Saturday following firearm and continued it through the end of October. And I'll point out again that we've been doing that since 2005. We initiated a muzzleloader season in 2001, which began immediately after the archery season, and it's 8 days long. So it includes those 4 weekdays, and then it encompasses the Friday through Monday firearm season. And so since 2001, this regulation has basically been the same as far as season dates and season structure. We've had annual changes in permit allocations for the limited draw permits, but it's generally been the same for quite a long time. And so that's sort of an overview of the season structure. But what I want to talk about today in the recommendations is that we've had a lot of poor reproduction with pronghorn in Kansas in recent years. And this has caused apparent declines in the pronghorn population. And interestingly, about 2 weeks ago, we had the WAFWA pronghorn workshop. And so, which was in South Dakota, and pronghorn biologists from all over the country got together, and almost all the states, including Wyoming, which has about half the pronghorn in the country, it typically has had about that. It's below that now, but all of these states have had pretty significant declines in production. So we're not alone in what we're doing here. But in Kansas this year, we might attribute it to drought, and in certain years, we would attribute it to drought, but it is more widespread than that. And that's not the only problem that's going on out there. Because of these production issues, we're considering several approaches to reducing harvest. It's pretty easy to limit the number of limited draw permits that we allocate. And so that's an easy one, but the archery permits have been unlimited. And so they require some different actions. They're a little bit harder to address. We have a regulation that'll be presented again today, and you guys have heard several times over, with 115.411 that would remove the ability of archery hunters to purchase a preference point for a limited draw permit and a firearm permit, to purchase the preference point for the limited draw permit and purchase an archery permit during that same year. And so that would have some effect on harvest, or at least pressure on our draw system. Let's see. We're also considering a recommendation right now to eliminate the late archery season, which accounts for about 8% of the harvest. So I mentioned that since 2005, we've reopened archery season following the firearms season. We could consider eliminating that time period. So like I say, that would possibly reduce harvest by 8%. So that would be one way to affect archery harvest without doing anything as drastic as, say, going to limited quota for them as well. So following the upcoming 2022 harvest season, as well as our winter surveys, we'll be taking these things into consideration, and we'll come back at future commission meetings with some more specific recommendations. But I just wanted to say that those are the issues right now and the things that are being considered. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Well, is there any questions for Matt on this? Well, if not, go on to your next one.
Okay, this is elk KR 115.25.8. Again, I'll give you a little bit of an overview here. Elk were reintroduced onto Fort Riley in 1986, and we've had a hunting season there since 1990. Most of the hunting in the state occurs on Fort Riley, but they do exist on private lands. In some cases, pretty unpredictably, but in other cases, there are some established herds on private lands where landowners want them. And really, we would probably consider them to range statewide now. So at least occasionally, they're found in basically all four corners of the state. So in that regard, they're a real success story. They also occur in the vicinity of Cimarron National Grassland, and that is a place where elk were reintroduced back in the 80s, late 80s, I believe. And that's the one area of the state that's currently closed. So if you turn the page there, you have the elk units are in the back there, but the little unit down there, Unit 1 in Morton County, is the one area that's not currently open. And then, of course, Unit 2 is where Fort Riley is. And so Unit 2 includes Fort Riley and the surrounding landscape. But since 1999, we've had longer seasons and less restrictive permitting to allow private landowners basically to dictate the number of elk that occur on their properties. So in some cases, they may not want them. It's easy for them to get over-the-counter hunters in most of the state to come in and remove them. In other cases where people have the land and can provide protection for a small number of them. Herds of them have thrived and done well. And so the one thing the comment I sometimes get is our regulations make it look like we're trying to eliminate them. And that's not the case at all. What we're doing is giving landowners the authority to determine how many are on their land. So our current season dates run from the 1st of August clear through mid-March. And so there's a long time period when they can be hunted. But like I say, I think this has been a very successful approach, both on Cimarron and Fort Riley, when the department protected elk from harvest to a higher degree. Complaints by landowners became prevalent, and we wound up having to issue a lot of permits and drastically reduce those elk herds. And so this system we have now allows them to stay at numbers that are compatible with the landowners whose property they're on. And so that's sort of an overview of a general approach to what we're doing with elk management in the state now. I do provide in the recommendations here what we expect will be our proposed season dates. We'll come up with bag limits at a later time, and also the season structure. But like the pronghorn permit, the elk regulation has been consistent for quite a while. Not a lot has changed. So for today, I don't think I'll provide any more discussion of what our recommendations are going to be, and I'll save that for a future meeting. But I would be happy to answer any questions about it if you have them.
Any questions for Matt? Okay, let's go on to the workshop. Levi.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Levi Jasker, Emporia, Kansas. I will make one statement to the remarks earlier. We are currently reviewing our deer control permit program. And so I'll visit a little bit, and we'll take some of those thoughts and recommendations back to the group that's doing that to see if that might, where we can maybe make something that works better for everybody. But with that, I will start with the big game permanent regulations. These are 115 -4 -2 is the first, is big game general provisions, which just includes what's got to be included on a tag, proof of sex requirements, registrations. We changed that a couple years ago to regarding antlerless deer and elk, to allow hunters to voluntarily report, so that they could then leave the head and spine at the site of the harvest. Also includes 115 -4 with the legal equipment and taking methods. And then 115 4-6, which is the management units. 4-11, which is our application cycle. And these are for upcoming. We do have a topic later during the public hearing regarding this regulation too. And then 4-13, which is our permit description and restrictions. Currently, we are still working on some proposed changes to these. And we'll be, once we have those outlined better to where they're, we can present them, they will be working through these regulations. That'll be workshopped again in, I believe, November and January, prior to the vote in March. So with that, I would take questions.
Any questions for
Yeah,
Levi?
Phil Escarino, Garden City. I had a phone call with regards to the tagging of a deer, how they don't issue the tags any longer, that they have to go online or something and print them off the computer. And this was an elderly gentleman that complained about the process, and that's the only call that I received. But he asked me why the commission did away with it and why we voted it out and all that. And I said, I had no idea. So if you can give me an explanation, or if you want to do that later, we can do that later, or however you want to do that.
So some of that was regarding a change in systems that we operated under. It's also a cost savings in that it goes to, print it off a piece of paper rather than the old green Tyvek tags that you have to have special equipment for. And then there's also been some confusion with the new e-tags, in that now you have to choose whether you're selecting a paper printed tag or an e-tag, which the e-tag is then held in your phone, and you have to fill out a harvest report in the app, within our app, to record that here so then you can legally transport it. And so we've certainly had some confusion as to what's happening. Oftentimes, people have not realized that they may have selected e-tags versus a paper tag. And so it's important that they make sure when they're buying tags to make sure that you select whether you want it to print as a paper tag or it's going to be an e-tag where you just have it in your app. And in that case, with the e-tag, there wouldn't necessarily be a paper tag attached to the carcass. It's that photo, that registration that counts for that. Whereas with the paper tag, you'd still have to attach it.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Levi? All right, go on.
All right, the next item is the Deer 25 series, which is where we set our seasons for the year. And this year's, the proposed season dates are following what we've done the last couple of years. And we start with our youth and disability, which would be start on September 2nd, run through the 10th of September. Then early muzzleloader starts on the 11th and would run through the 24th. And then archery would open concurrently with muzzleloader on the 11th and then run through the end of the year to December 31st. We have the pre-rut whitetail antlers only season in October from the 7th through the 9th, 3 days over the Columbus Day weekend, which for some folks is a holiday. And then the regular firearm starts on traditional Wednesday after Thanksgiving on the 29th, running through the 10th of December. And then our three choices of our extended whitetail antlerless only seasons, the first being the shortest, which is January 1st through January 7th. The second, which is January 1st through January 14th of 2024. And the third, then January 1st through January 21st. And then our extended archery season, which is in the urban unit and unit 19, comes in after that extended firearms season from the 22nd to the 31st. And then, so those are the proposed dates for the statewide general deer seasons. I would stand for questions.
Any questions for Levi? Any questions from the audience? Okay, thank you. Kent?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the commission. I do have a presentation for you today. This will largely be a repeat of what we discussed during our August 4th commission meeting, but thought it'd be good to help just guide through the process. Real briefly, and I'll mention too, I do want to thank the commission for the time this morning in terms of the special informational session on turkeys. Very much appreciate the time that you guys gave us this morning to have that extra discussion, and very much appreciate the other panelists' time to help us discuss overall and take kind of a deeper dive into turkey populations and harvest management and concerns with turkeys in Kansas. So very much appreciate that. I wanted to go over, so the last commission meeting, we talked a lot about the results of our harvest surveys from our spring and fall seasons. And today I wanted to discuss a little more in depth the population trends we've been seeing, although we did talk about these a bit this morning. But just to reiterate, statewide from our spring rural mail carrier survey on the left, you see the population increase through the late 2000s
and then the subsequent decline that we've seen and is continuing here in the state. And associated with that and driving that is the lack of production that we've been seeing, and regionally and nationally, we've been seeing declines in turkey production through time. And we have data that show that trend has been consistent across the state as well. So here's for Western Kansas, units 1 and 4. On the left, you see the abundance trends, and on the right, you see those also declines in turkey production in those 2 units. And in Central Kansas, very similar trend, although we've slightly higher densities than the West, but a consistent decline in production. And then certainly in the eastern part of the state, where we have the majority of our turkey habitat in the state, we've seen really sustained low levels of production, as you can see on the right, really since the early 2000s. And so as we discussed this morning, a lot of factors likely driving those trends, but overall, these are the data that we look at and toward in terms of where our population is going from a trajectory standpoint. Just to give you a brief overview of the recommendations that we're making this year and that we'll be discussing here. We'll talk about the fall Unit 2 boundary definition, valid units for Unit 4 permits, the spring and fall season structure for 2024, and 2023 spring and fall bag limits and permit quotas. So starting in with the fall season, the Unit 2 boundary definition, as outlined in your briefing book item, this is just a text change and just a clarification that we need to make sure that our regulations are up to speed and correctly identifying Unit 2. Basically, just the description in the regulation does not close the loop of the unit, and so we need to make a slight change there. And then in terms of Unit 4, currently Unit 4 permits are on a draw system for state of Kansas residents, and half of those, 250, are reserved for landowners in Unit 4. So this is the Southwest unit, and then the remainder are open to other Kansas residents. Currently, you can, if you draw a Unit 4 tag, for turkeys, you can use that in adjacent units as well. So not only Unit 4, but also Units 1, 2, and 5. And so we're looking at this is one I'm looking at. Looking at making that only valid for Unit 4, so that you cannot hunt additional adjacent units. And so that's what our staff recommendation is, to just remove that adjacent unit allowance. And then moving on to turkey season date recommendations. And again, this is for the 2024 seasons. Generally, we look a year in advance in terms of our turkey season dates, so that we can get next year's, like the 2023, already into our hunting regulations for the fall that are printed. As a brief reminder, for the spring season, the way we have it structured currently is that the youth disabled season begins April 1st. That runs through a full weekend. And then the archery season begins the Monday after that full weekend. And then they get a full weekend. And then the regular season begins the Wednesday after that second full weekend. And then our fall season currently is open to all legal equipment and runs from October 1st until November 10th. And so what that looks like in 2023, which these are already approved, you see that that's the shortest or earliest start date to the regular season, which is April 12th. We have the shortest youth and disabled only portion, which is the 1st and 2nd, although it continues to run through the beginning of the regular season, and archery would begin April 3rd or will begin April 3rd. And then the fall season is set for October 1st through November 10th. And so we're not currently recommending any changes to the structure for the 2024 seasons. So what that looks like for the spring seasons is youth disabled April 1st through the 16th. Archery April 8th through the 16th, and then the regular season beginning on April 17th and going to May 31st. And we're also not recommending any season date changes to the fall season, which we would recommend being continuing as October 1st through November 10th. Wanted to mention again our harvest strategy, which we've talked at length with the commission about. If we look to our harvest strategy this year, we fell below the resident hunter success threshold set by the harvest strategy in all 6 of our hunt units. And so there was recommended changes from the strategy in each of the 6 units. And overall, that amounted to reductions in the spring bag limit for units 1 and 2. And then would have also recommended changes to removing the fall season in units 3, 5, and 6. And then also recommended reductions in the resident draw permits in unit 4 in the Southwest. And so after quite extensive discussions with the turkey committee, we've decided to take the strategy's recommendations in terms of reducing the bag limits from 2 to 1 in units 1 and 2. And rather than approaching the fall season, we wanted to take a broader look at our overall hunter numbers. And so we looked at non-resident numbers and came up with the recommendation to reduce non-resident hunters and create a quota by reducing non-resident numbers by about 25% in each of the 5 remaining hunt units. And so the way we went about looking at those quotas, and this is outlined in your briefing book, but also on the screen, where for each of the last 5 years, not including 2020, because non-residents for the most part couldn't buy a tag during the 2020 season. We looked at estimated active non-residents in each of the hunt units and averaged that out for a 5-year average, and then reduced that by 25%, so 75% of the 5-year average, and then rounded that to the nearest 100. And so what's highlighted on the screen and in your briefing books is the recommended quotas, which is 75% of, or 25% reduction of that 5-year average in each of those units. And then additionally for unit 4, the Southwest, which again does not have, which has a limited draw for residents only. Currently, the permit quota is 500 there. The harvest strategy recommended a reduction in that unit as well. And so we reduced that quota by about 25%, went from 500 to a recommended quota of 375. And we were also recommending that we reserve 200 of those permits for landowners to maximize the ability to hunt on your own property if you so desire. That said, we've never hit the quota even at 250 for landowners, and so we anticipate that that's plenty high, and that there will be opportunities for other Kansas residents to still take advantage of those remaining tags up to 375. Currently, we're not recommending a change to the fall bag limit currently, and so no recommended suspension of the season there in any of our hunt units. Again, we feel like we can address some of the concerns about harvest with our spring non-resident reductions and bag limit reductions. And additionally, the harvest in the fall has declined substantially, especially in the last 3 to 5 years, to where we're harvesting at or below 500 birds each year. And so we're not recommending any change there. And I recommend continuing a resident, non-resident, unlimited over-the-counter permit system with no quota. So just to summarize all of that, we're recommending clarification of the Unit 2 boundary in the fall regulation. We recommend removing the adjacent unit allowance for Unit 4 permits. We recommend no change to the spring or fall season structures for 2024. We are recommending a reduction in the spring bag limits in units 1 and 2 to 1 bird. And we're recommending a reduction of the unit 4 spring permit quota down to 375. And then finally, we recommend the creation of a non-resident draw by unit for the following, for those quotas that are listed there. So I'll go back to that slide for discussion, but also just wanted to place things kind of in context too. So during this year's commission process, we've talked in June, just talked about turkeys in the general discussion. Last month in August, we talked about harvest summaries and introduced our recommendations. We were able to have our special informational session this morning. Just talked about population trends and recommendations. And we anticipate this being up for the public hearing in November at the next commission meeting. That said, in discussions with legal counsel, we are up against some very quick timelines to get things submitted before and approved by for a 60-day notice. And so we recognize that there's going to need to be some in how those recommendations are formalized and submitted to the legislative process and the register process. And so more specifically, in terms of discussion for today, we're I guess recognizing that in terms of if we're not able to meet deadlines for a vote in November, then we may be looking at and if the commission is thinking about going with staff recommendations to go to a draw system for non-residents in the spring, that we may be against some very real time limits in terms of if we have to move that public hearing and vote to January, because January is when that draw system that application period would be. And so we need to make sure we're clear on that to make sure we get things done in a timely manner. And if we're not able to, then what that means for the recommendation and the spring season in 2023. And then also there's been some discussion about the fall season as well. And I guess we would be very interested in hearing the commission's thoughts on the fall season and whether or not you all feel that a suspension is warranted in the state. And if that's the case, then we need to move forward with making sure we get that into recommendations in a timely manner as well. It's become apparent that it wouldn't necessarily be as simple as an amendment process at the November meeting. And so we would very much like to determine what the commission's thoughts are on that, if we can, in today's meeting. Dan, did I cover that appropriately?
I think you did, Ken. Are there any questions about that?
Well, first of all, if we had to wait till January, would that prevent us from starting to draw next year?
I guess I'd be very open to discussion about that from a logistical standpoint and a hunter standpoint. Starting a draw or voting to approve a draw system that then begins with only a couple of weeks later, I think would be tough and put a lot of onus on those non-residents and a lot of uncertainty on their hunts that spring. And so I would just offer that as a consideration during that. I'm not sure how quickly we could have effective dates go into effect, but that would, I think, need to be part of that discussion. Because typically, or according to regulation now, basically it reads as the draw will start in January as soon as we can put the system in place, but then it will end in mid-February. And so the way the regulation is currently written, there is an end point to the system currently.
And in terms of an effective date, regulations take effect upon publication after approval. So typically it's within a 2-week time frame, a week to 10 days from the time that a regulation is approved by the commission. It would take effect upon the publication in the register following that. So it's a fairly short interval. But what's become really unpredictable is the promulgation process. Kent's had the recommendations in the form of regs that were prepared to be submitted to the process for probably 6 weeks, I would guess, if I'm recalling correctly. And we've been waiting to submit those for most of that time because the Department of Administration now has a rule that you can't submit any additional regs until the regs that you've had in the system are cleared of the process. And we've had regs in the system that have been worked back and forth in terms of edits for all of that 6 weeks. So we haven't been able to start the turkey regs yet. So they've been next in line and waiting for that time. So the real takeaway message from the whole process is it's become even more unpredictable than it was the last time I spoke to you.
Do you think we'll know in November what we're looking at?
We'll certainly know, we'll have a better idea. I told Kent this morning, I don't ever want to stop being optimistic because there's no reason why the regs can't go through the process, expeditiously, and we can get our 60 days notice as required and have them ready to vote on. And like I say, I don't ever want to stop being optimistic, but realistic also kind of comes in from the other side of the spectrum. And the most recent change to the process that directly impacts us and everybody else that tries to get regulations approved is that the lady that's the essential part of the editing process is retiring after 27 years. And her last day is sometime in October. And I would like to think that maybe that will be an opportunity for things to improve. But I know it realistically that she is someone who is the only person in the building that did what she did. And she's kind of an institution as far as the process goes. So, but like I say, I do not want to stop being optimistic because that doesn't serve any purpose either. So it's just become more difficult to predict or give anybody a reasonable time frame in terms of how long I expect it to take, because there have been more changes in the last 6 months in the process than there probably have been in the last 60 years. So
I'm a little unclear on the dates. So the 25-4, those recommendations, if approved, would take effect for 2023 spring season.
Well, so it depends if we're talking about the season dates or the bag limits.
Okay, that's where I got confused. So
Okay.
the dates are already set, nothing we can do about that
For 2023.
for 2023. But the bag limits, but the draw, all of that stuff
Is set to be in
Take
place for
2023.
2023, as currently recommended.
And then on 25-5, if I favor suspending fall season. Okay. So if that were the consensus of the commission, would that take effect for fall of 2023, or are those dates already set?
Well, so that would supersede the dates.
That would supersede. Okay.
Is my understanding.
So okay.
Yeah, because basically it would be creating a 0 bag limit.
Right. So the November 19, that tight deadline has more to do with the spring season than the draw feature of it, right? Is that
In a way, yes. But at the same time, we don't currently revisit the fall season separately. We've approached them combined in the same. And so if we were to take a different approach with that, we would have to separate out and then have additional commission meetings specifically for the fall season.
Yeah. Okay, so that was, you answered my next question. Can we separate the two and deal with them separately?
Are there any other discussions or any other questions, comments from the commission? I'm going to make a comment on the fall season. As most of you know, I've been a supporter in continuing the fall season because I hate to close the season. The harvest and the participation is extremely limited, and it has no material effect on the statewide harvest. Now, and I'd like to see it stay open. Having said that, if the Turkey Committee and Kent were to make a formal staff recommendation, I would modify my approach a little bit. So I like the staff recommendation as currently in place. If the turkey numbers don't increase, then I think we need to maybe review it for the 2024 season. But I guess my point is that I'm looking more towards what staff says they think we ought to do. Right now, we have your recommendation is the same, but that could change over time. Any other questions on that? Does that give you some direction?
And yes, it does, and I appreciate that. And if there's any additional thoughts from the commission, I'm sure we would appreciate those in terms of, especially our thoughts in terms of the 2023 season coming up here.
I just add, not to my opinion, but the reason I feel the way I feel is because, as we learned this morning, we really can't put a finger on any one thing that's causing. What we do know for sure is there's a significant decline in the numbers. So to me, it's a sense of urgency and kind of an all hands on deck kind of thing. So every little bit we can do to help, I think we need to try to do, and to give what would be 2 more years, well, actually 2 spring seasons and 1 fall season before we make the change. It not that sense of urgency that I feel.
And I guess I feel it, and I've already stated what my position is, but there was no evidence that harvest is what's dropping the turkey numbers. And we have such a minuscule participation, but you're not without some biological sense in your argument. So I get it too.
Well, this is just more for my clarification. The unit 4 landowner tags, those are landowner tenant tags, not landowner man tags.
Correct.
So they can take them and go elsewhere, not just.
Yeah.
throw them. Thank you.
Any questions from the public? Any more questions from the commission? Does that answer your questions in Kent?
I think so. I'm looking to the audience to make sure, but
Yeah, I think that. Well, let's move on.
and if I may, sorry to, I just wanted to, I meant to mention earlier, but I appreciate Annie Farrell with district biologist with National Wild Turkey Federation making the trip today. I neglected to thank her when I first got up here. So, but I appreciate her making the trip up to participate in this morning's informational session, being here for the meeting this afternoon. As we mentioned this morning, we've got a great partnership between KDWP and National Wild Turkey Federation, with a lot of dollars being spent on conservation projects in the state. So very much appreciate their support and participation in today's meetings. So thank you.
Well, let's move on. Does that take care of both of you had, Kent? Okay. Commercial harvest of mussels.
Jordan should be coming on.
Is he online?
Yep, he's online. Jordan, you there?
Yep, sorry, trying to get my presentation pulled up here.
Gotcha.
There's a lot of people with good intentions. Facts at this point.
Okay, can you see it?
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Commission and the public. Here again to talk about mussel harvest regulations. Hopefully this will be the second to last time, I think. Presentation gets a little bit shorter each time, but just as a recap. Sorry. A little history on mussel regulation in Kansas. Previously, freshwater mussels were used in the pearl button industry and to make cultured pearls. Regulations previously allowed for harvest of 4 native species and 1 non-native species. The moratorium originally started on January 1st, 2003. That was extended once, but is set to sunset on December 31st of this year. And based on what we've seen from some of the data we've collected on mussels and the fact that there's a lack of market, we're currently proposing to replace the 5 existing regulations related to commercial harvest with 1 regulation that prohibits the commercial harvest of mussels. And that's all I have. So if there's any questions, I'd be happy to take them.
Any questions on this? Clear as a bell. Okay, thank you.
Thanks.
Baiting? Are you the baiting guy?
Baiting, yeah.
Fur bear.
He's the fur guy.
Oh, wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, this is the regulation I think I've worn a path up to the podium talking about. This is probably about the 6th time I think that we've visited this one. We do have 3 changes to recommend for fur bearer regulations this year. The first one is in KAR 115.5.1, fur bearer and coyotes legal equipment taking methods and general provisions. And in this regulation, we would like to adjust it to allow the use of laser sights to take fur bearers that are treed by dogs. Currently, fur bearers treed by dogs can only be taken by handheld battery-powered flashlight, hat lamp, or handheld lantern. And some of the commissioners might remember the representative from the Houndsman Federation that came to a meeting quite some time ago and requested this change be made. Presumably, it would allow them to shoot more accurately to bring the raccoon down out of a tree. And so it's not something that could be used to spot wildlife. So it's not like shining. It's just a laser that goes out that shows where the bullet is likely to hit. And so we are agreeable to that change and have proposed it here. The second 2, the other 2 regulation changes that we're proposing are in KR 115.25.11. This is fur bearer open season and bag limits. The first is we recommend extending the general fur bearer season by about 2 weeks by changing the season closure, which is currently February 15, moving that back to the last day of February. And sort of relating to some of the turkey discussion today, there's been a lot of questions and concerns about fur bearer overpopulation in some cases. And so this seems to us to be a first logical step, is to extend the fur bearer harvest season to the full extent of the time period in which the furs have some value. And so that's the reason why we're proposing this change. And then the other regulation we're recommending is to increase the season, or it addresses otters, but specifically increasing the season bag limit of otters from 5 to 10. And sort of associated with that, we would recommend increasing the unit bag limit in the lower Neosho and Meridazine units from 5 to 10. And there's a figure of the units in your briefing book. And then also to increase, let's see, I'm going to have to look at mine, and increase the bag limit of otters in, let's see, the verdigris and the Missouri units up to 5 otters. So those would be the changes pertaining to otters. I gave a fairly extensive presentation on otters several meetings ago, and we still have all that information available if any of the new commissioner needs more information on it, or if anybody has questions about it. So with that, I'll turn this back over to you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Matt. Any questions for Matt? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Now let's talk about baiting.
Good afternoon, Chairman, members of the commission. Like Matt, I think we're starting to wear a path up here on a few of the workshop items. We have 4 today. 3 are regulatory changes and 1's a new regulation. The first one being on baiting, which is KR 115-823. And this regulation outlines the provisions and restrictions of baiting on public lands. And the department has discussed amending this regulation to prohibit baiting on public lands and waters for all activities, and not just for hunting or preparing to hunt, with what the current regulations state. And department officers have reported a trend in baiting placed on department lands and WEHA for wildlife viewing photography, with the bait being hunted over. And that's one of our focuses here, also with CWD as well. The department recommends adding language to the existing regulation that would prohibit placing bait on department lands, WEHA, iWEHA, for all activities, but this would not apply to licensed fur harvesters as permitted in KR 115.5.1. That was brief just because of the 5th time of workshopping this. So if anybody has any questions.
Baiting on private lands would still be allowed?
Yes.
Okay. You know, we had pretty extensive conversation about the effect of baiting and CWD and that issue. Where are we on that? Thank you.
Mr. Chair, Secretary Lovelace, yeah, we will be following up on that based on the conversations we had last time. And so we are focused on that as a topic for the near future.
But that wouldn't be a change. It would have to be part of this.
Not part of this, correct.
Yeah, this is just for public lands, department owned managed properties. WEHA and iWEHA.
We're going to be discussing baiting from time to time as we go forward. And I think it's kind of a no-brainer, this particular reg, both on public land. But baiting in general is a controversial deal. You've got the problem with CWD, with a natural grouping of animals. You've got people who can't afford to buy corn by the pallet, watching their deer being fed on some outfitter's place. You've got small town co-ops that make a little cottage industry out of selling green bags of corn. It's going to be a controversial thing. And if you think that baiting gives you a leg up, then you think baiting makes a lot of sense and you like it. If you think baiting gives the deer herd a little more risk, or just in fact, if you think it's not fair that somebody else baits your deer, then you want to get rid of it. So we have both the biological and the sociological problems that we're going to have to face. So we're going to be hitting this again for a while. It's just going to keep coming up. Enough of my speech. Any other questions for Ryan? Well, let's move on to camping.
All right, next workshop item is camping under KR 115.89. This regulation covers the provisions and restrictions for camping on department lands and waters. The department is recommending reducing the number of days camping days allowed fishing lake and wildlife days from 14 days to 7 days, but this would not affect state parks. Managers of state fishing lakes and wildlife areas would still have the discretion to post their campgrounds or issue a permit allowing 14-day camping if warranted. There's a difference at state parks. They allow 14 days consecutive in a campground. They can stay at the same state park. They can just move to a different campground. Or at a state fishing lake or wildlife area, it would be 7 days, and then you'd have to move from the entire property, not just from one side of the lake to the other. Again, this is just for state fishing lakes and wildlife areas.
Anybody have any questions or comments? I think it makes sense, my 2 cents worth. Okay.
The next workshop item addresses trail or game cameras and other devices under KR 115.825. This would be a new regulation. That there is no current regulation specifically addressing the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters, nor is there a related regulation that would cover the use of trail cameras on department lands and waters. And this regulation would be a new KAR that would cover the provisions and restrictions for the use of trail or game cameras on department lands and waters. And many of the Kansas public lands, including Weehaw and Iweehaw, are being inundated with trail cameras, and constituents are reporting camera theft and misuse of the trail cameras on the public lands. And that is on the rise. Other related discussion points include the conflicts in the field among public land users and the growing number of trail cameras on the landscape monopolizing public lands, and a potential disturbance to wildlife of frequent visits to set and check trail cameras. And in the regulation itself, it basically would not be allowing to place, maintain, or use trail cameras, or no person shall use images of wildlife produced and transmitted from satellite for the purpose of taking and aiding wildlife. That'll open for any questions.
My assumption is if it's a departmental thing, or if it's a university doing research, there'll be a designation, or maybe there already is on the camera that says this is designated.
Some identified marker on the
Yeah.
camera, sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Are there any other cutting edge devices that are out there on the edge that may not be production right now, but is there anything else that's out on that forward edge that we need to get in front of, you know, rather than taking things away later?
I think that was one of the reasons why we wanted to add in images transmitted from satellite.
Okay.
I'm not aware of what them are, but that's a new and upcoming thing. Maybe Stuart could add to that.
Yeah, Stuart Shrug, Assistant Secretary of Operations. Commissioner Sill, that's something that is an ongoing, never-ending issue, and that's not just Kansas specific. It's Midwest. Our public lands working group we all wait for the next latest and greatest in the bells and whistles department and technology that people are wanting to implement and use on public lands. So like Ryan said, we haven't necessarily identified specific equipment asks or technology. The satellite imagery being relayed to a cell phone is kind of the most recent hot topic. So that's why we decided to be a little proactive and include that in this recommendation along with trail cameras. But, you know, it's varied over the years from blinds that look like hay bales they're on four wheels that motorized. I mean, it's always a challenge, and it's part of the job. So we try to stay on top of it. So
you can get a program on your phone that you can download. Onyx is maybe one of them where it'll actually give you can revoke a satellite image too. Now that is not a live thing. And I guess as long as it doesn't have live broadcast, that would be okay.
Right. Mr. Chairman, it's exactly right. So like Onyx Maps is a very popular one that hunters like to use, and Google Maps and several others. Those would still be allowed and legal under this recommended regulation. It's that live imagery where you could see real-time data of actual wildlife on the move, a location, things like that we're trying to be watchful for.
Can drones be flown over public lands now?
No, sir.
Yep, right level secretary. So you need to ask our permission before they do any of that. We have to grant that.
Yeah, there's in certain state parks, you know, they are allowed, and if they want to do it on public wildlife areas, they would have to come to the public lands manager and request and have a review to fly that.
Has there been very many requests for that?
Yep, I'm aware of probably 3 or 4 with one ongoing right now for our park system. I'm not sure what requests are for public land.
For public lands, we've gotten a few. The ones that I can remember of recent would have been at Cheyenne Bottoms for some research purposes. And again, it's a review process. And if we feel like there's a benefit in that research, then we review it and approve it. But anybody just wanted to come out and fly a drone, no, it's not just openly allowed.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, the main consideration we have in parks has been impact on the public, right? We still want to make that an inviting atmosphere, family friendly. And so that's what we mainly worry about before we grant permission in the parks.
Any other questions?
There is one from the public, sir.
Okay.
Nicholas, I'm gonna ask you to unmute here.
Hey guys, Nick Bame from Overland Park. I don't know if I'm echoing or.
I can hear you.
Okay, I'll go ahead. I just wanted to speak in support of not having game cameras of any type or drones on public lands. One thing I think you guys may not be aware of is a lot of content creators for things like YouTube, et cetera, do fly drones as part of their videos. So they're monetizing public lands in that manner. And I also think it's just a sort of a situation of fairness, right? I mean, I think that when there are cameras out on public lands, you know, we're already have limited public lands, and it's already, you know, difficult enough to whether kill a deer or whatever it might be. I think that removing removing trail cameras from the public landscape is beneficial, because I think that encourages people to sort of get back to the roots of hunting and sort of learn, you know, when you're deer hunting, you need to be looking for oak trees and draws and ridges and things like that, so that people have a more competitive playing field to go out and find a deer, rather than just sticking, you know, 15 trail cameras up all around a fairly small space so that they can kind of monopolize it. So that, and definitely drones as well, when you're asking about things to get ahead of, that is a huge one, because they're now a couple $100, and boy, can you scout a whole wildlife area real quick by putting a drone up in the air and find out exactly where waterfowl, turkeys, deer are moving around. So I'm even more so than trail cameras. I think you guys really need to get out ahead of the drones, because people are doing it. I know you're saying asking for permits, and I understand that, but it is absolutely happening on public lands, and it's very hard to detect. So I would definitely recommend explicitly banning drones as well. So thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Yeah, Stuart Trog, I'd like to comment a little bit. And I appreciate that gentleman's sentiments. It's kind of a bigger picture, and it relates back to people videoing hunts on public lands and posting them on social media and YouTube, and the bigger commercialization of wildlife picture. I mean, he's right, drones calculate into that. So we've had some internal conversations, and I've talked to a few of you commissioners about that issue. It is a bigger picture, but it's all related. So I think that is something that we're going to have to discuss here in the very near future. That is a rising problem because people are making significant amounts of money off of public lands on YouTube and other social media platforms. So, but I do appreciate his comments.
Any other questions or comments? You have one more, Ryan?
Yes. This is gonna be the last workshop item for public lands, and it's KR 11581. And the subsection of the regulation covers the Department of Public Lands Division Special Use Restrictions. And the main focus of this regulation change would be for the department is recommending adding all public land properties, state fishing lakes, and wildlife areas into the electronic check-in and check-out system. And this would be a requirement for hunting activities only. This would exclude Maxwell Wildlife Refuge, Big Basin Prairie Reserve, and all state parks. And then also the change in there also for Buck Creek and no wildlife area, they would be required to check in for all activities. That's all I have for those regulation changes.
Okay, is there any more questions for Ryan on any of these things? Well, thank you.
Thank you.
Jeff?
Thank you, Chairman Lauber. Jeff Cook, Assistant Division Director for the Fisheries Division out of Emporia. So today we had a little bit of a switch up in the agenda due to some uncertainty and misunderstandings of how we deal with reference documents and their associated changes. So I'm going to quickly workshop these three things that we've been through several times already. If you need any further information on why those reference documents didn't work, I'd probably defer to Counselor Riley on those, but hopefully we can workshop these this month, get them posted to the Attorney General. I think there's a 30-day waiting period on that. Hopefully we can vote on them in the November meeting. I hope. Dan can correct me if I'm wrong on that. The first one is 11525-14, which is our fishing creel limits, size limits, possession limits, open season, and the associated reference document. And these are kind of your meat and potatoes, length limits and creel limit changes. And you've seen these several times, and they are available in the back of the room if you haven't seen them before on this handout. I'm sure you've seen them before, so I can dispense with the reading of those and answer any questions that you may have on those.
I'm assuming Pomona and a 20 fish limit isn't on those.
Not for this year, no.
Hint, hint. Okay.
Is that something you want to pursue next year then?
Huh?
That's something you'd like us to pursue next year?
Yeah, I would. Any other questions? Not, you can go on.
All right, the next one is KER 115-18-10, importation and possession of certain wildlife, prohibition, permit requirement, and restrictions. This one is to add the rusty crayfish to the prohibited species list. Rusty crayfish are an invasive crayfish that's native to the Ohio River Basin that is kind of proliferated throughout North America and caused some problems. We did find them for the first time in McPherson State Fishing Lake last summer. So we would like to add rusty crayfish to the prohibited species list. First, just to kind of get on board with some of our surrounding states. And second, and related to the next one on the list, KAR 115-7-10, if we do add rusty crayfish to the prohibited species list, it would then trigger an aquatic nuisance species designated water designation for McPherson State Fishing Lake. So that would add that on the next one. And also zebra mussels were discovered in Lebo City Lake last year. We'd like to add that to the aquatic nuisance species designated water. And also we'd like to clean up some language in 115-7-10 while we're at it and remove any instances to the term Asian carp and be more specific with the individual species, the silver carp and the big head carp. So I think that is all I had for those, and I'd be happy to answer any questions or give any clarification.
We found some crayfish in a pond someplace that I did not think were the western or were the rusty crayfish, but they were considered undesirable. Am I correct on that?
Red swamp crayfish, I think is what you're referring to.
The type you would eat in New Orleans.
Yeah, you can get those online. You can buy them live. The way to preferentially cook those is to get them live from Louisiana. And some people have released those into ponds, assuming that they're good forage or good for bait, or they want to harvest them later. So
are they considered an invasive species?
They're considered a non-native species. I don't think at this point in Kansas, we could consider them invasive. We don't know what their impacts are. But again, we can only have so much purview over that type of thing because importing them for food would be under the Department of Ag. So it gets kind of muddy in that instance.
But they're prohibited for use as bait.
Can we prohibit them for use as bait, but not food? I don't know.
I'm recalling some past discussion about those. Somebody had placed them in a pond someplace.
Yeah, I think it was in Butler County somewhere.
And there was some concern that they would outcompete and create undue competition to our native crayfish. And I was thinking we dealt with those in some way, but maybe not.
Not to my knowledge, we haven't dealt with those yet.
Maybe it's not a problem. Go on.
I think that's all I had. If there's any more questions. And I will be back in the evening session for the certain items that we are able to vote on. So appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you. Well, that sums up our workshop. I want to take this time to offer some alternative thoughts on how to structure future meetings. And I want Dan to focus up on this. And I'm thinking of not only necessarily maybe convenience some out of town commissioners, but staff who has to travel all over. We always thought we had to have an evening session so that somebody from the public would not be conflicted with work and be able to have public comment and have involvement and communication with us. And I still want that. From a practical standpoint, we don't get a whole lot of that. And with the advent of having meetings online, the opportunity is there for a lot of people who don't have to travel here can get what time is necessary and state their case. We want to continue to have public input. The more public input you have, the less you're going to have complaining afterwards that we didn't listen to anybody. But so much of the time, it's just like it is today. You have a big, long agenda item and things that must be workshopped sometimes a dozen times, but they have to be workshopped so we can thread the needle with the state workings to get our regs passed. So I'm wondering if we wouldn't want to consider having our meeting start at like 12 so that people in the town we're at could come over their lunch hour and have public comment. And then just run it straight through, anticipating being done at 6. Have a segment towards the end designated for public hearing. And I guess what I'm saying, do we need to have that break for any mandatory reason?
I don't believe so. And I assume that I'm a pretty late entry to the process here, but I assume that that was probably to give the people participating in the meeting a break as much as anything.
Well, it was, I'm sure that it was. You know, I worked at a bank and we used to be open on Friday nights till 6:30. So workers and farmers could come in after hours and be able to conduct their banking business. Over time, it was like a ghost town in there after about 5 o'clock, but we still did it year in, year out. And I'm thinking we've got people, Jeff, for example, now he's going to have to hang around because we published when we're going to have this meeting. So once we publish when we're going to have it, we have to stick with the schedule. We can't jump ahead because people say, well, you notified me that it was going to be after 6. And I called because I have a very apropos comment. You didn't pay any attention. So we're stuck today, but Jeff, he's got to hang around here. And not that he binds, I guess, he get paid one way or the other, but it just seems like kind of a waste of resources. And if we could just kind of keep moving along, the meetings may not last as long, they may last longer. We're going to meet till we're done. But I'm just wondering if that isn't something that we would have any pushback on if we amended the hours to which we met. And whether do we need to start at 12 o'clock or do we start at 1 o'clock? Some of this, I'd like to have some of the staff weigh in because they're the bulk of our participants, and they come and suffer silently at my preaching, and they're the ones that have to leave their other work at home.
From a legal standpoint, I don't think there would be any insufficiency created by condensing the meeting. And from a fairness and access standpoint, I think that the availability of participating by Zoom has changed up a lot of that, Mr. Chairman. Because obviously before somebody had the opportunity to participate remotely, if you weren't there, you were not going to be able to know what was going on. So if your schedule didn't allow you to be in the room, then you were pretty much excluded. But Zoom has kind of changed the world. And I can't really think of too many situations where somebody that had a burning desire to participate couldn't manage to get in front of a computer someplace to be able to participate. So I think that the fairness and participation issue is kind of resolved technologically. Obviously, there's a strong argument to be had that we want the comments to be made sooner than later in the process. If we create a process where everybody shows up at the public hearing and raises all kinds of hell because they've got 6 changes they thought should be made, it's going to blow us up in terms of the reg process, because then we'll have to go back and start all over on those to make substantial changes. So we don't want that. But I think there's a margin in between. I think the opportunity to condense the hearing process and to condense the meeting process and give people a fair opportunity to participate either in person or remotely can satisfy those things that you're talking about doing.
Does it make any sense to start at noon or start at 1 o'clock?
Well, noon would give people who can't get on their computer for this kind of activity.
Or their
They can
phone.
they can do it over their lunch hour. So I would favor noon, and that would give us a little latitude in the evening too.
Mr. Chair, Secretary Lovelace, I agree with Commissioner Gefeller's comment. I mean, if you think about how we can incorporate the most chances for the public to be involved, the noon hour would be a valuable one, I would think. And then also, if we, at least in the next iteration, say we'll go through 6, if a person ends at 4 or 5 in the afternoon, that gives them time to tie in by Zoom also the second time. So I think you've addressed that well.
Yeah. They have other avenues to comment too, don't they, between meetings? I mean, they can make.
Yes.
Right in.
Yeah.
They do, but part of our transparency is that we workshop these so that we let people know it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, it's coming, because, and invariably people say, I didn't know you're going to change that. Well, we've talked about it for 6 months. And we allow them to weigh in the process, and they miss the first white workshop, they got another opportunity. And that way we don't have the public hearing scramble when somebody has a point. We're going to have enough of that anyway when it comes to ducks. And, we just, if we can minimize it, and I just think we waste a lot of time here because everybody just has to hang around until now 6 o'clock and, or 6:30.
6:30.
Yeah, 6:30. And we've got a lot of time to kill, and we could be using this time to go over these things. And if we schedule it in advance, then nobody can say they weren't made aware.
If I could be an advocate for the public, when they find things out, the general public, we see individuals participating, and I recognize many of those names of the public from time to time. There's some folks we know are paying attention all the time. For many folks who are just your average constituents, they don't recognize what's happening until the newspaper picks it up or a podcast or something. You can tell I'm old when I pick the newspaper is the first thing. But when a news outlet picks it up and says, hey, this is up for vote, that's often the first time they know about it. Granted, we've talked about it for, seems like some of these things we've talked about almost a year now. And yet that piece at the end, the public hearing piece, it's not necessarily the public's fault that they don't know. So I guess I would want to encourage us to find as many ways as we can to keep things out in front of all the public, social media, news, working with other organizations to do podcasts, whatever, so that we don't get in that bind, because some of that, it's difficult to get to the general individual before it gets to be a big deal.
When I first came on the commission, Mike Pierce was at every meeting from the Wichita paper. And he would have an article every week, and he would cover what it is we were doing and what we were thinking about doing. And Brent Frazee would do some of the same things. They're gone. Newspapers don't cover anything. Now if you want to know what's going on in outdoors, you watch some hunter, some guide with a little camera on his head, telling you where he can get you into big deer. It's just not the same. And I don't know how, we put it on the website, but if they don't go on the website, if we issued a press release every month, half the news services wouldn't run it. So I don't know what else we can do, but just continue to do the best and try every opportunity. Well, that's my 2 cents worth. We'll go ahead, and I don't know whether we want to start scheduling the next meeting accordingly or whether we want to wait one more time to see if there's any thoughts that come up between legal and staff that I hadn't thought of.
Well, what we have to anticipate is that we've already got notice published for the November meeting.
All right, then.
So, and keep in mind that from a reg standpoint, we're scheduling 60 days out. So we have not published the notice of hearing for the January meeting yet. So that would be the first opportunity that we would have to make a change. Because
I'm going to propose that we make that change.
I'll second.
Yeah.
Brad, do you want to check with your people or do you think everybody's comfortable with that?
We are glad to do a quick check, but common sense tells me that your consideration of our schedules is accurate, and we appreciate that. Another thing I might point out in terms of cost savings is if we compress this more toward the center of the day, then folks are able to drive home as opposed to having to stay overnight before they go back home. So I think that's a benefit that way. So I will check, but I think it's safe to say that the staff would be very supportive of your recommendation.
So can we have a motion, excuse me, Commissioner Escarino? Can we have a motion and a second and vote on it and have it approved? And in the event that we can make those changes, it can happen in January?
And Dan, do they need to take formal action?
I don't know that it would require formal action, but there's nothing that would
Is there
prevent it from
anybody
being.
on the commission who doesn't want to start at 12 and run straight through the afternoon? Have it divided up on paper as to where we'll have public hearing, but not give a time.
Because I don't think the current schedule is codified, so the commission has got the flexibility to adjust it as they so see fit, so.
Well, I say we started in January's meeting.
The only caveat is that the 9 o'clock sessions we're having now, we'll still be able to do that.
Well, we should be able to still be able to do the 9 o'clock sessions. That may not be an every meeting thing either. But we've had some topics that were sort of important that were time sensitive. And we wanted to do that. And I think we'll continue to have some of those. But generally they're out by 11 and we could maybe have hour-and-a-half sessions to give a chance to have a longer lunch, maybe have me into 10:30 or something like that. Well, I'm going to propose we do it. Starting in January. Is there any other business to come before the group today? Well, we got some time to kill. I'll see you all here at 4:30 or 6:30, and I'm going to recess the meeting to be re-adjourned then.
Taking the red. Big deal. Everybody feels.
Okay,
Oh, here we go.
we're going to reconvene the meeting, get ready for a public hearing. We're going to start with the introduction of commissioners and staff. Starting on my left,
Bill Escarino, Garden City.
Lauren Quayle Sill, Hutchinson.
I'm Gerald Lauber from Topeka.
Warren Gefeller, Russell.
Delia Lister, Pittsburgh.
Emmerich Cross, Kansas City.
Jason Dixon, Commission Support.
Sheila?
Sheila Camus, Commission Support.
You there, Sheila?
Sheila Camus, Commission
Okay.
Support.
Yes. Brad Lovelace, Secretary, Topeka.
Stuart Schrog, Interim Assistant Secretary, Pratt.
Dan Riley, General Counsel.
Okay, at this time, we welcome any public comment on non-agenda items, if there is anybody. Hearing none, Dan, take it away.
Mr. Chair and council members, the first regulation that we have up tonight for hearing is KAR 115-2-1. We have a proposed amendment to that regulation, which is our fees regulation. That's a 9-page regulation, and about page 6 or so, we have amended it to include the fees for the resident kids lifetime hunting and fishing combination licenses. There are 2 different options there. One for kids 5 years of age or younger. That's a $300 fee. The other option is for kids 6 through 7 years of age, and that is a $500 fee. To my knowledge, we have not received any comment regarding this proposed amendment to this regulation.
Any questions about this one? Well, I'd like a motion that we approve KAR 15-2-1.
So moved, Mr. Chairman.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. Does anybody have any discussion, any comments from the public? Okay, you there, Sheila?
I am. Can you hear me?
Will you call the
Commissioner Cross?
question?
Yep. Commissioner Cross?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Commissioner Escarino?
Yes.
Commissioner Gefeller?
Yes.
Commissioner Lister?
Yes.
Commissioner Sill?
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber?
Yes.
Pass 6-0.
All right, Dan, you got another one.
Yes, sir. The second one on the agenda is KAR 115-9-3. We also proposed an amendment in this case, and that regulation is the regulation that allows the purchase of a lifetime hunting or combination hunting and fishing license without first obtaining the hunter education certificate. And our amendment to that regulation is to incorporate that same kid's lifetime hunting and fishing license to the other lifetime licenses that don't require obtaining the education certificate first. To my knowledge, we have not received any comment on this regulation either.
Any questions?
I have one, just as I was thinking about this week. That statute has a 10-year limitation on it, doesn't there? Isn't there a time frame on that?
It's a sunset, yeah.
And so does this need that same thing?
I don't think that it does, because this regulation is dependent on the existence of that lifetime license. So if it happened to not survive past that sunset clause, then the regulation basically would be non-functional, and we could delete it or just allow it to die its own death. So
Okay.
it's going to be dependent on that underlying statute.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions? Can I have a motion for approval of KAR 11593?
I'd move. Commissioner Gefeller.
Commissioner Sill, I'll second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Discussion from the public. Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gefeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber,
Yes.
pass 6-0.
Thank you, Dan. Levi?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Levi Jester, Emporia, Kansas. The regulation up before you is from the big game permit regulations 115-4-11. This is the regulation for big game and wild turkey permit applications. And the proposed changes before you, our recommendation is to limit antelope hunters to either getting a preference point if they're unsuccessful in applying for a limited draw permit, or they could also purchase an unlimited archery or other permit that's available, and they would then not get a preference point. Currently, they can apply for a firearms permit, and if unsuccessful, they would get a preference point and then could still get an over-the-counter archery permit. And so what this we hope will do is reduce point creep where people need more and more points to draw a permit. So this just makes it so that they can get one or the other in the same year, but not both.
Okay. Any questions for Levi? Seemed like we've worked this for a long time. I'd like a motion for approval of 115-411.
So moved. Commissioner Lister?
Second, Commissioner Sill.
It's been moved and seconded. Do we have any discussion? Any from the public? Sheila?
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gefeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber,
Yes.
pass 6-0.
All right. Now it's Jeff Cook's turn.
Thank you, Chairman Lauber. We have 4 fisheries-related regulations to vote on tonight. The first 2 work in concert in order to define and allow the use of umbrella rigs. Previously, you could only have 2 hooks on an umbrella rig. We revised these 2 definitions in KAR 115-1-1 and also 115-7-1. So we can have 5 hooks on an umbrella rig, but only 1 umbrella rig per line. So it's more eloquently laid out in your briefing book, but if you have any questions, I'd be happy to entertain those. I'm guessing we have to do those one by one, but they are together, whatever process you need to do that.
Okay, does anybody have any questions for Jeff? Well, let's vote on the first one, KAR 115-1-1.
Commissioner
Have a
Cross,
motion.
move for approval.
Commissioner Lister, second.
Been moved and seconded. Any discussion? Sheila,
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
yes.
Pass 6-0.
Now we have the companion KAR 11571. Could I have a motion?
Move for approval, Commissioner Cross.
Second, Commissioner Gaffeller.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? No no discussion. Sheila,
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
yes.
Pass 6-0.
Okay, Jeff.
All right, the third item here is KAR 115-7-4. And this is to clean up some verbiage related to obtaining, processing, and using cut bait on the water. The way this regulation was previously written, you could actually not cut up or process any fish for cut bait while on the water. You had to wait until you were off the water, which prohibited the legal use of cut bait. So we cleaned up the verbiage on that, and that verbiage is in your briefing book. Are there any questions on that?
Hearing no questions, can I have a motion that it be approved?
Commissioner Escarino, so moved that we approve.
Commissioner Sill, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion on KAR 115-7-4? Sheila,
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
yes.
Pass 6-0.
Jeff has one more.
All right, the fourth one is in regard to KR 115-17-3 regarding commercial fish bait permit and requirement of that permit, which is issued by us. The way the regulation is currently written, businesses that are selling dead bait, so cut bait, packaged dead bait that you see at Walmart or anything like that, or shad sides, would technically require a commercial bait permit, and they would also require us to inspect those businesses like Walmart and pretty much anywhere that would sell shad sides in the state. So that wasn't really the intent of this regulation. So we are asking if we can clean that up to exempt businesses from a commercial bait permit when they're only selling dead fish. So there should be very limited risk of them selling anything harmful if that bait is dead. So are there any questions on that?
Hearing none, can I have a motion that we approve 115-17-3?
Commissioner Gaffeller, move.
Commissioner Lister, second.
It's been moved and seconded. Is there any discussion? Sheila,
Commissioner Cross,
Yes.
Commissioner Escarino,
Yes.
Commissioner Gaffeller,
Yes.
Commissioner Lister,
Yes.
Commissioner Sill,
Yes.
Commissioner Lauber.
yes.
Pass 6-0.
That concludes all the public hearing for tonight, which, as you can tell, didn't take very long, but we waited around from 3 o'clock to now to do it. So that's one of the reasons we're going to try to shuffle this around a little bit. It has been suggested that we start future meetings in January with maybe having the public hearing first, so that the people who are there would be able to weigh in on those items before we vote. I'm going to leave that up to staff to decide, Dan, whether they want to do that or not. I don't think it matters to us. And remember, we're going to publish this. This is going to start in January. I appreciate everybody that sits through these and spends the afternoon with us. But I don't know if it's an efficient use of all of our time. Is there
We
any
do need-
business we need?
We do need to
Sheila,
set
any
a couple
business?
meetings. We need to set March and April if we can.
We want to do March in Topeka.
That's fine. We just need a date. In the past, we've done that towards the end of the month, but I prefer if we could do it more towards the middle of the month. That would help me because those two meetings so close together, the March and April really gets kind of difficult sometimes to get everything in and out and done from the one meeting and ready for the next one. So if we could make them closer to a
March-
month and a half
March
apart, that would
6th.
help me considerably.
Does March 16th make sense?
I won't be here, but it doesn't matter to me. I'm just one person, so.
Where's the January meeting?
It's in Wichita at the Great Plains
Okay.
Nature Center.
Does anybody care about the 9th?
That might work for me. It depends on when
Is
we
that-
leave, but
March 9th is the Thursday, yes. We can look at that and then if we need to change it, if we change it within, if you look and we need to change it. Dan, also that goes for you if we need to change it for any reason. And then if we could put April's towards the end of April.
So we went March 9th. Did we pick a location or have a preference?
In Topeka, but I'll look for a location.
Okay, yeah, we can help you with that, Sheila.
How
Appreciate
about
it.
April 22nd? No, 27th.
April 27. That sounds
Sheila,
good
my
to
only
me.
preference would be kind of contrary to yours, because I like to see it as late in the month as possible, just because that gives us more days for notice and everything else, so. But
Okay,
I understand your need for spacing, so. But I like April 27th because it's late in the month.
yeah. Well, we would have almost 2 months between the January meeting and the March meeting. So, and then,
Yeah, Dan
and
wants
then a
2.5.
month and a half. Yeah.
Do we have a location for the April meeting?
Any suggestions?
Pittsburgh.
Russell.
What's that?
Kansas City.
I kind of
Let's
like
see.
Hayes. It's kind of, or Russell. It's
Yeah, how
kind of-
long has it been since we've been to Hayes, Sheila?
It's been a
We'll be
while.
in Colby. Will we be in Colby this fall?
We'll be
Yes,
there
we're
on
gonna be in
November.
Colby. We're gonna be in Colby in
November.
November. I'm looking here at my meeting locations.
When's the last time we've had one in Kansas City? And I want to give
Okay.
Warren some priority at a subsequent meeting. I don't know if we want to have two of them out in that area that close together or not.
Okay, last time we were in Kansas City, we were in Overland Park in 2019. And then Russell, last time we were in Russell was 2018.
That sounds good.
Let's do Kansas City.
Okay. Or at least the Kansas City area.
Kansas
Unless you
City
can find me
area.
a place, Emmerich.
I'll get you a place.
Okay. So we're looking April 27, Kansas City. Okay,
And we won't forget Russell for a future meeting.
correct. Sounds good.
Is there any other business to come before the group? Meeting adjourned.
Thank you.